嘅條款，對重大嘅公眾利益係有所保障。呢個亦都係體現咗維護國家安全同埋保障人權之間嘅平衡。民建聯認為條例草案係精準針對危害國家安全嘅罪行行為。絕對係唔會影響守法嘅市民同埋投資者，而且呢個係有利一國兩制全面準確落實，維護鞏固香港國際金融貿易中心地位嘅一條法例。喺今次條例草案喺法案委員會審議嘅過程裏面，我亦都留意到我哋每一位參與審議嘅議員，佢哋嘅思慮都係非常之周全。喺超過40小時嘅會議當中，提出咗超過1000條嘅尖鋭、務實同埋市民關注嘅問題，而呢一啲問題，政府嘅團隊亦都係非常之準備充裕，回答清晰詳細。透過呢個審議，其實係有效咁釋除咗唔同持份者對條例條文嘅質疑或者疑問，亦都對惡意嘅抹黑同埋誤解係作出咗有力嘅澄清。主席，事隔咗27年，香港維護國家安全嘅憲制責任，今日喺呢度得以履行。呢個係一個歷史嘅里程碑。我相信在座每一個議員都係為能夠參與今次立法嘅工作感到榮幸，亦都係為可以參與審議工作感到壓力重大、責任重大。立法嘅工作即將可以完成，將令一國兩制嘅落實，香港嘅長期繁榮穩定有更堅實嘅基礎。香港嘅社會係可以更好咁聚焦發展，促進民生，為市民創造更大嘅福祉。主席，本人謹此陳辭，代表民建聯支持維護國家安全條例草案同埋政府提出嘅所有修訂。
Referendum Peter Kun,
條例草案
President
嘅進行二讀嘅辯論，標誌着香港履行咗重大嘅憲制責任，已經進入咗衝刺嘅階段。亦都意味着香港將告別回歸多年嚟喺維護國家安全上邊嘅缺口，喺呢個重要嘅時刻能夠肩負起呢個歷史嘅任務，作為法案委員會嘅其中一員，我深感光榮。亦都同時嘅感謝政府同埋全體嘅上下嘅一心，全力嘅依附，為國家為香港嘅繁榮穩定發展共同嘅努力。如果大家去仔細去睇睇條例草案係針對咗打擊嘅對象，只係極少部分嘅違法分子。若果將草案跟諮詢文件去比較嘅話，大家亦都可以睇到政府係充分咗考慮同埋採納咗唔同嘅意見，反映堅實嘅民意嘅基礎。同時我都留意到草案裏邊有最少嘅4個特點。第一，喺條例草案裏邊清晰界定咗各項嘅罪行，精準嘅針對危害國家安全嘅行為，針對備受關注嘅國家秘密嘅議題。草案詳細咗定義咗國家秘密，共涵蓋咗7個範疇，而且必須係符合喺沒有合法權限下披露，先至構成呢個嘅罪行，而行為人嘅無心之失並唔會構成入罪嘅理由。另外，對於喺新增嘅境外干預罪，草案亦都清楚嘅列明，觸犯該罪咧係必須要符合3大嘅要素。此外咧，草案亦都對境外勢力呢啲作出咗明確嘅定義。既唔會影響本港與國際間嘅正常交流，亦都有效嘅釋除咗公眾嘅誤墮法網嘅疑慮。第二點，草案當中亦都借鑑咗其他普通法地區嘅立法原則，分析同埋佢哋嘅方式同埋佢哋最新嘅成果，並以國際通行嘅做法嚟到規範咗呢個嘅接軌。草案新增嘅境外干預、危害國家安全嘅破壞活動呢啲罪行，都係參考咗英國、澳洲同埋新加坡等相關嘅法律。同時，草案都沿用咗普通法制下嘅法律草擬嘅方式 技巧、習慣同埋原則。草案亦都與本港嘅社會所熟悉嘅現行法律嘅規定係充分咗對接。草案大多數嘅定義同埋罪名喺社團條例同埋刑事罪行條例本地嘅法律當中一向嘅存在，而一些關鍵嘅術語嘅定義亦都冇改變，例如政治性嘅團體或者政治性嘅組織呢兩個關鍵嘅概念都係沿用喺舊有嘅社團條例中嘅原有嘅定義。第四方面，草案嘅對於罪行亦都設定咗適當嘅免責辯護同埋例外嘅情況。喺免責辯護方面，草案為咗非法披露國家秘密嘅罪行加入咗免責嘅辯護。喺呢項罪行下，草案回應咗好多人嘅引起嘅關注同埋建議，引入咗公眾利益作為抗辯嘅理由。條文都對呢一個抗辯理由咧有呢個嘅標準同埋規定，喺維護國家安全同埋保障新聞同埋出版自由方面咧係取得咗一個平衡。主席，最後我希望借呢個機會，讓市民大眾能夠清楚地明白到，喺任何嘅政府要動用國安法，其實係一個極少數嘅情況，亦都可以話係最唔想出現嘅情況，因為係一件好丟架嘅事情。有辱我哋國家嘅體面，亦都傷害咗民族嘅精神。所以市民千祈唔好諗住認為我哋點解政府要緊急嘅去通過立法，其實背後嘅用意只係話希望盡快嘅保障廣大市民嘅福祉，並唔係打算係隨便嘅去捉捕大家。市民都確實係唔好需要嘅過分嘅去擔心呢一件事。我期望喺條例立法生效之後，政府繼續係重視解說嘅工作，增加大家市民大眾對呢個基本法23條立法嘅理解同埋接受嘅程度。主席，我謹此陳辭，支持維護國家安全條例嘅草案。
鄧家彪議員。主席，工聯會堅定支持維護國家安全條例草案，亦都會喺今日恢復二讀同埋三讀咧，係工聯會會投票贊成。呢個嘅條例草案即係基本法嘅第23條。事實上，第23條受反中亂港勢力抹黑，喺2003年闖關失敗，令到香港變成冇掩雞籠。就喺呢26年等待嘅期間，全港700萬市民付出沉重而且高昂嘅代價。喺反中亂港嘅勢力破壞底下，政府施政舉步維艱，民生議題被耽誤，經濟發展被拖累。2014年嘅非法佔中，2019年更加爆發黑暴，公然提出港獨，企圖將香港從國家分裂出去。所幸國家及時頒布香港國安法，止暴制亂，實現由亂到治、由治及興嘅轉變。正因為全港市民有個慘痛嘅經歷，喺2024年嘅今日，基本法第23條立法係近乎有100%嘅民意支持，立法暢順、高質、高效。我認為23條嘅條文寫得非常之好。條例係好針對過去黑暴所發生過嘅惡行。我舉幾個例子。第一，如果當時有危害國家安全嘅破壞活動罪，暴徒點敢堵路、塞鐵路、打爛交通燈、唔俾人返工，影響社會運作，造成社會癱瘓？第二，如果當時有不得妨害調查危害國家安全罪，暴徒點敢係將警方部署擺喺網上面通水，聯絡被捕人嘅朋友，毀滅證據，妨害調查呢？第三，如果當時有對處理涉及國安案件及或工作的人作出非法騷擾作為罪，定明騷擾、恐嚇舉報人同埋證人係違法行為，暴徒又點敢問阿陳生啊？我睇到你個頭像背景係乜嘢地方喎？你係咪住嗰頭㗎？呢啲過去發生懶有事，其實係恐嚇你、騷擾你、 妨礙
All these
司法、
are to
妨
disturb
礙
you,
正義市
intimidate
民
you,
履行公民責任、出庭作證嘅種種黑暴行
and
為
also
係唔
intimidating
會再出現。
citizens of Hong Kong
實
from
際上，
testifying in
每逢
court.
落
All this will
區
not
都有
happen with
街
Article
坊同我哋
23
講，
legislation.
如果03年嗰陣
In a
係
district,
順利23條過咗，
There are people
香
of
港
Hong
點會發展得咁
Kong
慢
telling？ me if there had
黑
been
暴港獨
safeguarding
根
national
本冇
security
可能
law,
出
there
現，
wouldn't be
甚至唔
such
可能萌芽。
damage to Hong
香
Kong.
港有
There wouldn't
咗
be
第
such acts.
23條立法，黑
With
暴不
Article
可能
23
重臨。
legislation, black
香
clan
港亦
violence
都可
will
以集
not
中精力，
appear
以
once
更
again.
自由、
Hong Kong
更
can
開
focus
放、
its
更
energy
創新嘅姿
and
態發
dedication
展經濟，
to develop
切實
its
排解
economy
民生憂難，
and
確保
to
一國
improve
兩制
livelihood,
行穩致
to
遠。
ensure the steadfast and
最後，
successful
我引
implementation
用
of one country, two
我哋十
systems.
分懷念已故曲詞家黃霑先生喺2002年支持
I'd like to quote
23條立
James
法，
Wong.
並且向立法會
In
作出嘅一個
2003,
嘅
he
説話。
supported
我喺度
Article
引述一
23
段話。
legislation. I'd like to quote what
黃
he
霑先
said.
生係咁講嘅。
Mr. James
最
Wong
近
said,
有外國人七嘴八舌，
Recently,
議
there
論
were
紛紛，
foreigners
儼
meddling
言
with
港
the
人
affairs
福
of Hong
祉，
Kong.
全賴他們代義執言。此
They
類行為
affected the
十分荒
benefits
謬
of。the people of Hong
身為
Kong
港
and
人，
is
反
outright
感之
ridiculous.
至，無需理會，不必
The
分心
people。of Hong Kong
本人謹此發言，支持
find
維
it
護國
off-putting,
家安全條例
and
草
the
案。
people of Hong Kong do not need to pay any regard. I support the bill.
主席，中華人民共和國香港特別行政區維護國家安全法，即係香港國安法，
The Hong Kong National Security Law was promulgated in
反中亂港勢力
2020.
大致呈顏色旗鼓之勢。
Anti-China forces sort of quieted down, but that doesn't mean we have no more worries because the SAR has yet to fulfill its constitutional duty. The Hong Kong National Security Law only covers secession, subversion, and collusion, and so on. There are still other offences in Article 23 without legislation. So that's why we need to legislate. Now, the government held over 30 consultation sessions on the legislative exercise, and there were district personalities, professionals, and even consulates, general staff, and so there was a comprehensive consultation, and over 500 organizations either issued joint statement and used other means to show their support for the legislative exercise. It shows that there is strong support for Article 23 legislation, and that is consensus of community. Now we want to complete the legislative exercise as soon as possible. So in recent days, the Security Bureau, the Department of Justice, and members of this council worked hard and worked overtime. We had marathon meetings to consider each and every clause of the bill in detail, and that's why we're able to resume the second reading debate of the bill today. Here, I would like to thank the government officials involved, and I must pay tribute to them. Now, I'm not a member of the Bills Committee, but I studied the bill in detail. Now, Article 5 of the National Security Law states that we must abide by the important rule of law principle, that is that there is presumption of innocence and no double jeopardy and so on. And also there is a full protection for defendants and the suspects to make sure they enjoy proper rights in accordance with the law. So it shows that we are upholding the legal principles of the common law jurisdiction, and then we struck a proper balance between safeguarding national security and protecting rights and freedom. Still, the Western politicians are spreading false news. They try to smear and demonize the bill. They try to scare people that they would easily fall prey to the law. But for example, there are various offences like treason, espionage offences, so on. These have nothing at all to do with the public. And the penalties are also similar to those overseas. Some penalties are even lower. And then for all the offences, there is need to prove the intention, and then improper means must have been taken and so on. So there are various conditions to be met, and there is a high high threshold for conviction, and then for a detention period and other rights to consult lawyers, these rights have not been taken away. The bill is just to target a handful of people who endanger national security. For law-abiding citizens, they have nothing to worry about. Now, Hong Kong has become an international financial center. That's because all along we've had a secure, harmonious society with a good business environment, so foreign investors can invest in Hong Kong with peace of mind. Then the 2019 extradition bill saga did shake confidence of foreign investors, but then the Hong Kong National Security Bill restored stability, and so foreign investors have regained confidence. Now, many foreign investors told me their own countries have laws on safeguarding national security, so Article 23 legislation is reasonable and makes sense. It won't affect their willingness to invest in Hong Kong. So with the bill in place, there is a further security in Hong Kong, and so people with more confidence to invest here. But then the bill is complicated, so for laymen it's hard for them to grasp the bill. So that's why after the bill is enacted, the government must do a good job in publicity and public education, so the public learn about the bill. They will learn that they will lose their freedoms because of the bill for no reasons. And for law-abiding citizens and businesses, their way of life or their mode of operation will not be affected by the bill. I support the passage of the Safeguarding National Security Bill and all the amendments proposed by the administration. Thank you. Ms. Carmen Can. Thank you, President. On the 8th of March, the government tabled, introduced the Legislative Council to the bill to the Legislative Council. I am all for the early legislation enactment of the bill. Now we have come to this historic day in the whole legislative exercise. The Secretary for Justice has stressed all along that the bill is in line with 5 important principles, and they try to convince the public accordingly. Now, as a member of the Bills Committee, I would like to speak on those 5 points. First point, the bill is drafted in line with the Common Law Convention. For key terms, there are clear and detailed definitions. For example, for state secrets, 7 areas are defined. Now, as for the UK National Security Act, the provision is not as clear as this one. And then there is also the public interest defense, and then this is clearly defined as specified disclosure. The elements of each offence are also clearly defined, including intention and acts. For example, for the Tam Tak Chi case, there's recently a Court of Appeal ruling, and then we have there's also regard to the actual Hong Kong circumstances and the European Court of Human Rights cases and so on. So there's a clear explanation as to what is meant by intention, seditious intention, and so on. As for exceptions and defense provisions, there are also clear definitions. For example, if there is no reasonable defense and there's possession of seditious publication, then it is an offence. Only then it is an offence. And then the targets and scope of the provisions are also clearly spelled out. And we only provide for maximum penalty, not minimum penalty, in line with the Common Law Convention. And then there is full complementarity, convergence with the Hong Kong National Security Law. The bill is forward-looking. It can deal with national security risks current at the present time and in future. And then there is a more efficient law enforcement mechanism to safeguard national security. For example, the procedures in Article 4 of the Hong Kong National Security Law will apply to Hong Kong. That's clearly spelled out. And then the Chief Executive could also issue a certificate to confirm what is a state secret of national security. Now, I will speak again during the committee stage on the key issues here. Third point. There's in the preamble, there's a mention of the purpose of the bill. It says that, and it also says that investments are protected. And then the basic law and the two international covenants on rights also state that freedoms are not absolute. If it's for the reason of safeguarding national security, there could be restriction in accordance with the law. This is the practice also overseas. On extending detention period and consulting legal representative, the Legislative Council will be the gatekeeper. In the UK, there are more restrictions in this respect. And then for Article 87 of the Basic Law, there's also a requirement that someone must be, tried as soon as possible. And in this bill, this principle is upheld. Now, there are administrative measures to detain people, and there are actually even much harsher restrictions elsewhere in this respect. So in Hong Kong, this bill is fully in line with the international standards in protecting human rights. The fourth point is that we have to have regard to actual circumstances in Hong Kong on enforcement powers and extraterritorial effect. We have made reference to overseas experience. What they have overseas, we don't necessarily adopt, and what they don't have, we have regard to our actual circumstances to include these provisions. The fifth point is to improve outdated provisions. I'm glad to learn that for Part 9, there are some outdated terms such as governor, His Majesty, and so sovereign, and so on. These are all adapted in this exercise. Now, the bill actually gives play to all the 5 main points, and it improves upon the system for safeguarding national security, so we have a comprehensive system to safeguard national security. Now, this is a homework that's overdue by 27 years, and as the SJ pointed out, we are completing this homework with good quality and efficiency. Thank you. I speak in support of the bill.
本人同埋經民聯嘅同事呢，都係大力支持通過維護國家安全條例草案。條例草案旨在全面落實香港基本法第23條、全國人大528決定。 同埋香港國安法所規定嘅憲制責任同埋義務，並有效應對現今同埋日後可能出現嘅國家安全風險同埋威脅。國務院港澳辦主任夏寶龍早前來港考察嘅時候，就強調中央堅定支持香港係築牢國安防線。 全港各界必須支持配合特區政府完成23條本地立法。特區政府喺1月30號呢就宣布開展基本法第23條立法公眾諮詢，同日亦都通過立法會保安事務委員會同埋司法及法律事務委員會嘅聯席會議，向議員進行解答。出席嘅議員係一致同意並且歡迎特區政府就基本法第23條進行立法。內務委員會參考咗2021年研究完善香港特區選舉制度，同埋2023年研究完善地區治理建議方案等嘅過往經驗，成立研究與基本法第23條立法相關嘅事宜小組委員會，以便及早展開研究相關嘅事宜。 條例草案3月8號喺大會上首讀二讀，小組委員會呢就立即轉為法案委員會，展開正式嘅審議工作，馬力全開。作為法案委員會15位委員之一，我感到責任重大，任務光榮，能夠參與其事，係一個好唔平凡嘅經歷，值得我哋記住呢個時刻。 我接觸業界嘅專業人士同埋專業團體，普遍呢都係好支持23條立法。對於社會上有疑慮指，如果同埋外國組織嘅聯繫是否要避忌呢？佢哋覺得完全唔存在呢個問題，因為香港嘅專業團體的確同埋外國有好多相關團體有長期嘅交流合作，都係一啲專業嘅交流。 令人難以想像會涉及到國家安全。條例草案對呢個問題有充分嘅解釋，消除疑慮。我亦都接觸到唔少地區上嘅市民，經過2019年嘅社會動亂，接又有人大528決定，香港國安法出台實施，好多市民呢都感受到社會穩定同埋安全帶來嘅好處。一啲朋友反映， 最近本港審訊中嘅一啲涉及危害國家安全嘅重大案件，令佢哋更加意識到國家安全嘅重要，亦都意識到香港表面上平靜，其實亦都可能暗藏好多對國家安全嘅嚴重威脅。所以政府今次公眾諮詢嘅結果，有接近99%嘅意見係支持23條立法，又反映咗社會目前嘅現實，就係國家安全成為香港社會最大公約數。好多朋友都話咧，希望盡快立法，完成呢個重要嘅憲制責任。只有築牢國安嘅屏障，香港先至可以專注拼經濟、謀發展、為民生，令廣大市民安居樂業，讓一國兩制行穩致遠。而條例草案呢，的確彰顯咗法治文明，亦都喺國家安全同埋人權保障之間作出非常恰當嘅平衡。主席，回顧本次立法，從公眾諮詢到具體審議嘅整個過程，充分反映咗本港行政機關同埋立法機關係同心同德，就委員同埋大眾嘅關注同埋建議，政府團隊呢亦都能夠做到從善如流，令到條例草案條文更加精確完善。我對於能夠參與法案委員會工作，補足安全漏洞，推動香港盡早完成憲制責任，實際係與有榮焉。主席，本人謹此陳辭，支持通過維護國家安全條例草案。
主席，今日係香港回歸以嚟呢具有重大歷史意義嘅一日，就基本法第23條進行立法，終於嚟到最後一步。正如頭先各位同事所講，今次立法呢係我哋特區嘅憲制責任，亦有迫切急切嘅現實需要。而且公眾諮詢期間呢，亦顯示出社會正面同埋支持嘅態度，具有強大嘅民意基礎。今次法案委員會連續7日加開咗22次嘅會議，合共40小時嘅高強度、高效會議，完成逐條審議條例草案同修正案嘅全部內容，展現出行政立法嘅良性互動，大家都仔細就每條條文進行深入嘅討論，真理越辯越明。我哋嘅條文絕對係同全球睇齊，並符合香港而家現實嘅實際需求同埋狀況。我唔見得條文裏邊有過嚴或者刑罰過重嘅現狀，係完全合理。國家會繼續做好高水平嘅對外開放，一貫發展經濟，所以我都希望喺呢度咧講下23條對經濟嘅正面影響。第一，有部分言論咧表示擔心23條立法之後咧外資會離開香港，其實呢個完全係一個歪理。自從2020年香港國安法實施以嚟咧，我哋仍然係世界最自由嘅經濟體中名列前茅，而舊年有超過380間公司，當中亦都唔少嚟自西方國家嘅，喺香港設立或者係拓展佢哋嘅業務，同比增長咧係樂觀嘅。近日亦都有國際金融嘅機構咧表達對香港嘅投資信心係一如既往，會繼續投資。社會穩定係各行各業嘅基石，同埋各行各業嘅希望。事實咧係印證咗國安係經濟增長最大嘅保障。第二，香港擁有背靠祖國同一國兩制嘅獨特優勢。不同嘅國家領導人喺兩會期間會見港區人大代表同埋政協委員嘅時候咧，都主動提到23條立法，亦都係有國家嘅合到有國家嘅全力支持。特區政府亦都有法可依，依法治港，營商環境將進一步鞏固。今年嘅政府工作報告裏邊嘅10大任務之一，就正正涵蓋咗貫徹總體國家安全觀，加強國家安全體系同埋能力嘅建設。香港要融入國家發展大局，要鞏固8大中心嘅定位，要全力拼經濟，作為深化改革開放嘅重要橋樑，積極 參與粵港澳大灣區嘅建設，發揮高質量發展嘅動能源嘅作用。最後，社會對條例草案已經係有咗熱烈嘅探討同埋討論，都代表全港市民對香港嘅建設係對未來充滿信心。各界對香港嘅未來呢，亦都係抱有信心嘅。本人全力支持條例草案及各個修正案。主席，我謹此陳辭。
Mr. Tommy Zhou,
本人謹代表
Thank you,
自由黨
President.
同埋我哋代表嘅
On
各
behalf of the
業
Liberal
界，
Party,
堅持支定
as well as the industry I'm
堅定支持
representing,
落實
I strongly
通過落
support
實基本法第23條維護國家安全、
the
憲
Safeguarding
制責
National
任
Security
嘅
Bill
維護國家安全
of
條
Article
例草案。
22 legislation.
第23條成功立法，除咗堵塞
Successful
存在足足有
legislation
4分
of
一世
Article
紀之久
23
嘅國家安全漏洞外，
will plug
還
the
標誌着
loophole
困
in
擾香
national
港超過
security
26
for a
年
quarter
嘅
of
23條立
century.
法問題上得以畫上句號，讓香
The
港
matter
人
has
有法
been
可
bothering
以
Hong Kong for
看清
26
利
years.
害，同心上路，
The people
集
of
中
Hong
精
Kong
力拼
can
經濟，
focus their
呢
energy
個係
on
香港商
developing
界嘅
local
普遍心
economy.
聲。主席，維
This
護
is
國
what
家
the
安全
commercial
已經地
sector
緣
is
支持
thinking
地
in
帶
Hong Kong.
本地商界以
We
至國
should
際
safeguard
商界
national
所關注
security.
嘅，不外乎是
This is
一
what the
法律
business
所
sector
畫
in
嘅
Hong
紅
Kong is
線是
thinking
否清
about.
晰，會否使
They are
人誤
concerned
墮法
about
網，
whether the legal
而
definition
法
is
律
clear
禁止
so
嘅
that
罪
people
行
will
範圍
not
是否過
break the
於
law
嚴苛，
inadvertently,
致
and
使
whether
合
the
規成本
law
過
is
高，
excessively
或致
draconian,
使合法嘅商業行為不能再進行。三、實際執法情
and the
況。
actual
主
implementation
席，
of the
本人
law.
作為法案委員會嘅成員，
As a member
親
of the
身
Bills
經歷
Committee,
過去嗰5日共超過40多小
I
時嘅
was
馬拉松
in the
式嘅深
5
入分析同埋
days of
審議。
marathon meetings
我
for
敢
over
向本地
40
同埋國
hours.
際投資者保
I could
證，
feel
維護國
and
家
I
安
can
全條例
ensure
草案，
to
除
international and
緊依
local
憲法和
investors
基本法嘅原則，符合
that
全
the
國人
national
大於
security law
2020年嘅5月28通過嘅
is in line
決
with the
定，就以
528
全
decision,
國人大常委制定嘅港區維護國家安全法，
as well as
兼
the
容
Hong
於
Kong
港內，
NSL
更
promulgated
絕
by
對
mainland
符合
by the
普通法
NPC.
起草嘅嚴格要求，
It is
符
also
合
in
兩
line
條
with the
適
strict
用於香港
requirements of
嘅
the
國
law
際
drafting
人權
method
公
under
約
the common law
嘅要
system,
求，
as well as
在
the
香
two
港嘅司
international
法機關
covenants.
專屬管轄權
Judicial
嘅
authorities in
架
Hong Kong
維護國家安全，喺法律劃下嘅紅線清晰，
The red
禁
line
止
zone is actually
罪行
clear.
嘅涵蓋範圍合情合理，法律
The
執
scope
行
of the
由享有
offences
國際
is
聲譽嘅
reasonable.
司法機關把關，維護國家
The
安全
judicial
條例
authorities will be a
將會
gatekeeper,
為香港嘅
and
國
it
際
has
營
earned
商環境
worldwide
提供
acclaim.
清晰有力
It
嘅
can
法
also
律保障
provide
同埋
clear
行為依據。
legal safeguard for
就以何
business
謂國家
activities in
安全
Hong
問題
Kong.
為例，商界
So,
普遍對國家安全問題
what
深
is
感憂慮。
national security
根
issues
本
the
嘅原因
commercial
係
sector
按
is
過
concerned
去嘅
about
經
this.
驗，國家安全嘅概念模糊不清。
The concept of
美國
national
聯邦
security
法律
was blurred.
以
The
國家
federal
安
law of
全
the
為由，
U.S.
對外國嘅商業機構
due
進
to
行
national
制裁、
security
打
grounds,
壓、檢
exercise
控，
sanctions,
甚至係考取豪
suppression,
奪。
prosecution,
但在其法
and
律
so
中
on.
對何謂國
But
家
in
安
law,
全
what is
竟然
national
從未下定
security?
義。
There is no
國際
definition.
商業上、國際間商業上嘅公平競爭
international
根本無
cooperation
從談起。喺國際關係上以規則
There
為
can
本
be
嘅國際
fair
秩序，
competition.
和美國
There's no
優
level
先
playing
兩者也
field.
毫無分別。這絕對係美國對外國際商界嘅普遍心聲。同
This is
樣，英國
actually
嘅
what the commercial
2023
sector
年
is
國家
thinking
安
in
全
the
法
US.
雖以國家安
The
全
National
為名，
Security Act
但
of the
當
UK
中也
in
絕對
2023
也冇對國家安全下過定
did
義，
not
就
define
連一般意義上嘅
national
商業秘
security.
密 trade secret
There is even no
也
definition of
受
trade
該法
secrets.
嘅保護。呢個例子
But
係
trade
清
secrets
楚
are
顯示，
protected
即
by
使
the
英國
National
法律
Security Act.
嘅國家安全概念同樣模糊不清，
This shows the
實
fact
際
that
涵
the
蓋
UK
範圍
has
卻
a
可包含
blurred
不
definition of
涉
national
國家或
security.
政府嘅商業機密。難怪國際
Trade secrets
商
not
界對
involving
國
the
家安全
government
嘅
and
概
the
念
commercial
充
sector
滿
are also covered.
疑慮。相反，
Hence, the
條
concerns
例
and
草案第
doubts
4條
of the
按中華
sector.
人民共和國國家安全法第2條給國家安全下了清晰嘅定義。而
There
在
are
保
clear
護國家秘
definitions
密嘅
on
相
the
關條文中，何謂
basic
合
law.
理權限？
So,
政府當局清楚解釋，係指
the
政府內
administration
部指
explained very
引、政
clearly
府
there
承
are
辦
internal
商
guidelines
合同所包括
about
嘅
state
保密條
secrets.
款。
That is including the
及科
confidentiality
研機
clauses
構或企業在
of
接受公
government
帑資助
contractors
時與政府
當局簽訂嘅保密協議，
as well as the
私人機構不
confidentiality
涉公
agreement
帑
signed
資助嘅商
between
業報
organizations
機
and
密，
the
不管價
government.
值有多高，分不在
Irrespective
保
of the
密。
value,
國
they
家
are
秘密
not
嘅條
protected.
文涵蓋範圍內係，是故商界大可以放心，我哋嘅法律清晰易懂。
This actor
主
can
席，一國
also
之內就維護國家安全而
they
言，
can rest assured that they
本
are
就
well
不應
protected.
存於多於一套嘅主權單位法律與不同嘅法律。基本法嘅第23條容許香港
Article
特區
23 of the Basic
特區有
Law
自己嘅國家安全法律和執行
allows Hong Kong
機
to
制，
have its own
無
national
疑係要
security law
創
and
舉
implementation
世無
mechanism.
雙，充分顯示中央對一國兩制最大嘅誠意同對香港市民最大嘅信任和尊重。本人深信條例草案已對國家嘅重確終於有所交代，亦對國際社會交出一份讓人信服嘅行為標準。
This national security bill
主席，
is
自
an
由黨
assignment
支
that
持
can
通過維護
convince
國
the
家安全
international
條例
community.
草案同所有嘅修正案。
I support the national security bill and all amendments on behalf of the Liberal Party.
主席，我發
Mrs.
言
Regina
係表示非常支持
Thank you,
政府
President.
今
I
次以
speak
提
in
速
support of
提效
the
嘅方法處理呢條維護
national,
國家安
well,
全條
safeguarding
例
national
草案。
security bill
等喺
of
開始
Article
諮詢
23 of Basic Law.
唔係好長嘅時間，亦都透過
Shortly
各位
after
同事
public
嘅努力咧，
consultation
我哋今
with
日
the
已經去
efforts
到
of
立
members
法
of the
嘅最
Council,
後階
we
段。
are in the final stretch
我想
of the
講我哋
legislation.
今次嘅立法工作有幾大特色嘅。第一咧，
There
我
are a
想
couple
講
of
就係
special
每個
features
國
of
家
the
都有責
legislation
任
this time
保護
round.
佢人
Every
民嘅
country
安
has
全
its，own
保護佢領
to
土
safeguard
嘅
national
完整
security
佢
and
嘅
the
主權。
sovereign integrity, as well as the
咁近
territorial
年嚟咧，
integrity.
世界各地咧係鑑於複雜多變嘅地緣
Because
政
of
治形勢同埋新嘅
Complicated
科技嘅
geopolitical
利潤咧，
tensions as well
其
as
實頭
new
先張宇人
technologies,
議員
as
講
Mr.
咗啦。
Tommy John
雖
has
然
said,
喺英美嘅國家都冇為喺
in
佢
the
哋嘅
US
條
and
例
in
度
the UK,
冇為國家安全
there's a
定
lack
義
of，
但
the
喺佢哋
definition
發
of
表咗
national
好多嘅
security
策
in
略
their own
文件
legislation,
同埋諮
but
詢
in a lot
文
of
件
their
咧，已
consultation
經係
documents
察
or
悉到
strategic
世界上
documents,
對每一個國家嚟講都潛在好多敵
They are
對嘅境外勢力，
alive
所以就
to
將
many
佢國家
external
安全
forces
嘅概念咧
elsewhere in
擴
the
闊咗。
country
呢一點
or
咧，同我
elsewhere
哋國家
around the
主
world,
席
so
喺
they have already
2014
widened
年
the
4
scope.
月15號發表嘅總體國
On
家
the
安全
15th of
觀咧
April 2014,
大同小異嘅，都係表示我哋保
there
護
was
自
a
己國
report
家
of the
咧，除
country
咗係國
and the
土
views
之外咧，
are
仲
largely the
要
same.
保護
We need
佢
to
嘅經濟
protect
安
the
全啦、
territory
佢
as
嘅
well
生
as
態安
the
全啦、
economy,
金融啦、軍
ecological
事啦
safety,
等等嘅。
military
所
safety,
以
and
呢
so
次
on.
嘅
All
國家
these
安
have
全
to
立
be
法咧，
protected.
比起我21
So the
年
national
前嘅時
security
候處理
legislation
咧，
this time
係
round
肩負更大嘅責任。
shoulders a much
咁我
greater
高興今日我
responsibility
哋行到
comparing
呢一
with
步
the
咧，就第一係原可以完
situation
成我哋憲
back
制
then.
上嘅責任。我哋
We
憲
can
制上
fulfill
嘅
our
責任咧，就係
constitutional
基本法
duty,
23條講得好清楚，香港
which is
特別
clearly
行
defined
政區
in the Article
應自
23 of the
行立
Basic
法。
Law.
呢個應
Hong Kong
字
should
係
promulgate
不
its
可
own
推卸
law.
嘅，係非常明顯係我哋應該
It's
做
very
嘅事
clear.
嘅。但
This
可
is
惜
what we
回
should
歸咗
do.
26年多先至可以。
26 years
此外
after
咧
the
係人大
reunification,
常
we
委
are finally
喺
doing this.
528嘅決
The
定咧，亦都
MPC
提
Standing
醒
Committee
我哋
mentioned in
咧
the
係應
528
該
decision
進行應該完成維護國家安全嘅法律制
that
度
we
同埋
need
執
to
法機制。
complete the
此外，
mechanism for
國
safeguarding
家安
national
全法嘅
security.
第3條同第7條咧，都係提醒
Clauses 3 and 7
香港
of
特別行
the
政區咧要
Article 3
早日立
and
法。
7 of the
所以
national
我哋有呢個
of the national security law
責
state that
無
we
旁
need
貸
to
嘅憲制
complete
嘅責任。
legislation as
好
early
高
as
興今日
possible.
可以
So we
舉
do
行
have the responsibility
此外，我哋都有
to
實
do so.
際嘅需要嘅，正如頭先有同事都指出啦嚇，亦都
As
感
members
謝
also
鄧家
mentioned,
彪議員為我
and I
評
thank
價
Mr. Bill
但
Tang
如
for
果我哋
speaking for
2021
me.
年咧係立咗法嘅咧，
If we had
2014
legislated in
我相信我
2021,
哋唔會出現咗79日嘅佔中。
I believe there
嗰
wouldn't
個
be
佔中運動
79 days of
雖然
occupying
係
Central back in
一個
2014.
一個雨傘
It was glorified
其實咧已經係
as
一啲
a
前
glamorous
外部勢
umbrella
力咧喺
movement.
香港搞出嚟，想顛覆香港社會秩序，推
It
翻
was meant to
政府
disturb
嘅政
social
策嘅一
order
個活動嚟。
and overturn the
然之後
government.
2019年更有駭人
back then.
聽聞嘅暴力
In
嘅行
2019,
動，
there
想
were
推翻
also
政府，想分裂
violent
香港出
acts.
去。
People would
如
like to
果我哋
overturn the government.
2024 2003年能夠成功為
In 2003, if we had successfully legislated for Article 23 legislation, we would have the relevant offences in place. Even if the offences may not be as detailed as the ones today, there could have been offences that can bring the lawbreakers into justice. We can see other countries around the world have been expanding the scope of national security and updating their definition. In 2014, people of Hong Kong knew that Hong Kong not only had constitutional duty, but there are actually also actual needs to do so, to legislate for Article 23. As Ms. Carmen can explain clearly, it is drafted based on the common law system. The provisions are as clear and detailed as possible. They are accurate, and I also thank the DOJ and the Security Bureau for taking on board a lot of our suggestions in 7 days to further enhance the bill. It also shows the principle of one country, two systems. The national security law on the mainland will not be applicable to Hong Kong. Hong Kong can promulgate its own Hong Kong national security law. The Chief Executive in Council can further add subsidiary legislation. I can see that the administration has amendments to make, providing for the role and status of the National Security Committee, so that there could be seamless transition and complementarity between these two pieces of legislation. So, President, I'm very glad to see that we are in the final stretch of the legislation for Article 23 legislation, so that we can fulfill our duty.
President, I speak in support of the passage of the Safeguarding National Security Bill. I feel privileged to be a member of the Bills Committee. So I am able to contribute to the SAR's attempt to fulfill its constitutional duty. Now, for a row of 7 days, the Bills Committee convened meetings. It worked non-stop. It started to consider all the clauses for the first 6 days, and then on the 7th day, we considered the amendments. So we worked hard for 7 days, and we finally finished our work. That showed the Bills Committee meetings were transparent and made public. And members asked questions, and the administration gave detailed answers. Everything was recorded in full. I must thank the Secretariat for drafting the detailed Bills Committee report with great efficiency. It has also completed all the minutes, so there is a verbatim record of the 56 hours of meetings. Anyone could revisit our deliberations anytime. They'll see how much effort we put into the deliberations. We also considered all the details of the clauses, and we left nothing out. I'm grateful to the administration for taking on board many of the members' suggestions to amend the clauses to make the bill more clearer and better. Now, the bill is drafted in line with common law principles. It's in line with the 528 decision of the MPC. It also is in accordance with Articles 4 and 5 of the National Security Law to make sure we give play to the rule of law principles, and at the same time we protect human rights and freedoms. The clauses in the bill are clearly spelled out. There is clear definitions of various offences that endanger national security. There are also defence provisions and exceptions as necessary, as appropriate. So that's to give response fully to all the views collected during the public consultation exercise. I note that as the administration drafted the bill, it made reference to national security laws overseas. But then the bill is not just mechanical replication of those laws. Rather, there's detailed analysis and consideration. And these bills are the clauses are in line with the circumstances in Hong Kong. Now, the Hong Kong SAR has the constitutional duty to safeguard national security. Article 23 legislation should have been completed years ago. We missed the opportunity in 2003. And then the legislative exercise was delayed by 10 years and another 10 years. That's why I am all for the early completion of Article 23 legislation. Now, Hong Kong has come to this historic moment. I hope that when we vote on the third reading on the bill, all members will vote in support of the bill. This is to make sure that we could address the shortcomings in our legal system for safeguarding national security. Thank you. Mr. Shanghai Long, President, I've always been speaking in Cantonese since I became a member of this Council, but today, since this is a historic moment in considering the safeguarding national security bill, so I wish to speak in Putonghua. Now, I am the founding chairman of an association of top talents. The many top talents who've come to Hong Kong, and also many graduates of universities have asked me to convey their views. Now, for talents who come to Hong Kong, what do they want most? They want a safe home and a happy home. So without security, how can there be a safe and happy home? So, legislating for Article 23 is important exercise. Now, with the hard work of the government and other colleagues, we have now come to the final stage of the legislative exercise. I am really excited. Together with colleagues in this chamber and members of the public, we're able to write a new chapter of our history. Now, the Chief Executive kept reminding us we need to tell good stories about Hong Kong. So, as we review the whole process of the central authorities and the SL government in the way they deal with the Article 23 legislation, that is the most convincing story to tell. Now, in Annex 3 to the basic law, there is now the national law of the Hong Kong National Security Law, and also when in the 80s when we discussed the basic law, there was not yet a comprehensive national security law for the country. And so in Annex 3, there is a list of national laws for implementation in Hong Kong. And I think the key point here for Article 23 is to shall enact on its own relevant legislation. And then since the 80s, since the drafting of basic law, the country has its own national security law. At the time, there is still no legislation for Article 23, and so the country's national security law is not included in Annex 3 to the basic law. But then with the Hong Kong version of the Colour Revolution, the country eventually promulgated the Hong Kong National Security Law. Now, I was working in the Science Park at the time. I and my colleagues helped some 80 postgraduate students to go back to the mainland during the 2019 Black Lives violence. It's really a painful experience. So we have to cherish the security and stability we enjoy. And the best way to safeguard our stability is to enact this safeguarding national security bill that takes into account Hong Kong's circumstances. Now, this bill is for a region to enact legislation to safeguard national security is unprecedented in the world. And our systems are very different from those in the mainland. So, in Hong Kong, we practice the common law system, and then we have the judiciary to deal with cases. So that's why here now we are enacting laws on our own. Now, from 1997 to now, 2024, 1997 was the starting point, and now we're at the finishing point. Now, in 2003, when there was the attempt to legislate for 23, the effort was disrupted, and then we had the riots and so on. So the whole process was a tough one. But still, finally, we've come to this stage. We must thank the central authorities for upholding steadfastly the principle of one country, two systems has been tolerant and is exercised restraint, and it is cares for Hong Kong. So this legislation for Article 23 has drawn criticisms and smearing from Western media. But then in the mainland, they say that it's like we're just trying to put some locks on the windows and doors of a home to keep it safe. What's wrong with that? Now the country does uphold steadfastly one country, two systems, and insists on Hong Kong people governing, administering Hong Kong. Otherwise, it wouldn't take this circuitous route. It could just impose laws on Hong Kong. So we must therefore keep telling the story of Hong Kong, and time will tell, and it will be the best testimony that we are upholding the system of one country, two systems. I speak in support of the bill. Thank you.
Dear President, in order to serve better understanding of international communities with regard to Article 23 legislation, particularly at the time the bill proceeds to the resumption of second reading, I stress few points. It is tried and beyond argument that every country of sovereignty or every part of the world that is governed by the country of sovereignty or jurisdiction with its own legislation and implementation of the national security law around the world. As an inseparable part of the People's Republic of China and an autonomous jurisdiction, Hong Kong SAR is inevitably encumbered with an indispensable constitutional duty of setting its own national security law, as the Basic Law expressly so provides. Internationally, national security law has long ago been provided and updated from time to time individually and similarly to safeguard national security, prevent, suppress, and impose punishment for the offenses of sedition, subversion, organization, and penetration of terrorist activities and collusion with foreign country or with external elements to endanger national security. The National Security Act 2023 is an act of the Parliament of the United Kingdom which introduced new updated measures that are intended to strengthen the United States national security against Spanish interference in the political system, sabotage and assassination. The Act repealed and replaced the Official Secret Act 1911, Official Secret Act 1920, Official Secret Act 1939, and introduced new offenses related to espionage, prohibited places, sabotage, foreign interference, obtaining benefits from foreign intelligence services, and new powers of arrest, detention, search, and seizures. The National Security Act 1947 was a law enacting major restructuring of the United States government military and intelligence agents following World War II. The new Biden national security strategy in 2023 outlines how the U.S. leverage of its national power to outcompete its strategic competitors, tackle shared challenge, and shape the rules of the road. On April 15, 2021, the French Parliament adopted a bill for overall security that preserves freedom, which aimed to change the legislative framework concerning video surveillance, police body camera, and the use of drones by law enforcement, as well as broaden the authority of municipal police force and better regulate private security firms. Under the current law, municipal police officers do have the authority to conduct investigation, but they may intervene in situations where a criminal offense is committed in flagrante delicto. The bill gives expanded powers. In practical terms, under the 2017 Act passed in 2019 by the Canadian government, relates to any action or event that could materially impact the health, safety, or economic well-being of Canadians or the functioning of Canadian government. It includes a number of measures to enhance Canada's national security framework and keep Canadians safe, while respecting the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms and the values of the free and democratic society. All in all, national security law is important to one country as that to the other country throughout the century. There is no exception to the Chinese sovereignty. In a nutshell, the domestic legislation of the Hong Kong SAR of national security law in discharge of its own constitutional duty, the drafting of the bill have made reference to the relevant law on most foreign jurisdictions, with, of course, its own unique characteristic. I fully and firmly support the government of Hong Kong SAR to continue to take the final legislative step to have this national security bill passed forward and without delay. I, as Legislative Councillor, do appreciate the diligent works of the Bills Committee and their report just submit to the House. Thank you.
梁子穎議員，
主席，民主自由靠國安，人民幸福靠法律。維護國家安全條例並不是罕見嘅法例，係普遍有獨立主權國家中嘅必要法律。自信係全球第一先進國家，高舉民主自由嘅美國，早喺1947年就已經有國家安全嘅法案。我國中華人民共和國喺2015年完成《中華人民共和國國家安全法》。國家越強大，國家越富有，就一定要有維護國家安全嘅法例去保家衛國，咁樣先至可以保證同埋保障我哋各省、各市、各區人民嘅安居樂業。唔再擔心外國列強進行侵略、發動戰爭，或者係政治上、經濟上進行打壓，危害到我哋自己本身嘅發展利益同埋權利。中華人民共和國香港特別行政區基本法喺1990年4月4日經中華人民共和國第7屆全國人民代表大會通過，並已經喺1997年7月1日生效。當中係留有第23條國家安全條例，讓香港特區自行作本地立法。這正正體現中央人民政府全面準確、堅定不移貫徹一國兩制治港原則，讓香港人可以真正體會港人治港、高度自治。香港係國家嘅重要門戶，保持香港特區嘅國際性，去幫助中國接軌世界係十分之重要。因此，由香港採用沿用嘅普通法制度去訂立維護國家安全法係最適合。無論係本土香港人，或者喺香港生活或者工作嘅外籍人士，都可以更容易去遵守法律。讓我哋一齊去集中聚焦發展經濟、改善民生，繼續建設香港成為世界治安最好、生活最多姿多彩嘅地方。我十分感謝中央人民政府同埋香港特區政府過去嗰27年，用最誠懇、最關心嘅態度去幫助香港特區進行立法工作。喺立法法例草案中，亦都用最寬鬆嘅條例去定義罪行，但係又用最嚴謹嘅程序去進行檢控同埋審訊。呢個係香港人最大嘅福氣。我期望法例生效之後，香港人可以真實體會到，只有國家安全被確切維護之後，才有真正嘅獲得感、安全感同埋幸福感。主席，我支持保案，我支持草案，本人謹此陳辭。
多謝主席。
Dr. Hui Simon Lee.
我發言支持今日嘅條例草案。今日香港特區終於要完成基本法當中第23條規定俾香港應該承擔嘅憲制責任。呢個亦都係作為國家嘅一部分，唔應該因為一個缺口而危害到全國各族人民安全嘅應有之義。世界上絕大多數嘅國家同地區咧，都係擁有自己嘅國家安全法律嘅。以之前咧對我哋喺立法過程當中曾經散佈不實信息，並且喜歡干預別國嘅一啲國家作為例子，人類最早嘅國家安全相關法律係誕生喺13世紀嘅英國嘅1351年叛逆法，之後仲有1795年、1797年同埋1848年等等嘅 煽動叛變罪法同埋叛逆重罪法等等。國際上規模最大嘅國安法律喺美國，由始於1878年嘅警衛團法開始，到1947年嘅國家安全法，效力更加係僅次於佢哋嘅憲法。事實上，喺最近一次國際影響比較大嘅國安案件當中，2019年西班牙嘅加泰羅尼亞獨立運動，9名主謀就因為煽動叛亂而被判重刑，9年到13年不等。而呢一個判決呢，歐盟同埋佢嘅成員國均係表達咗支持西班牙反對國家分裂嘅立場。香港一直以嚟係唔正常嘅，咁亦都難怪喺英國嘅殖民管治之下，英國係唔可能為香港立安全法嘅，因為英國關心嘅只有英國嘅國家安全。但係呢一點喺唔光彩嘅殖民管治歷史當中呢，又卻無法明顯。因而喺回歸之前，喺英國對香港嘅殖民管治之下，只能通過政治手段而非法治嘅規範，去喺香港維護英國嘅國家安全。所以今日嘅立法，既係完成同埋繼承上個世紀80年代起草基本法嘅延續，亦都係香港法治精神嘅又一次象徵。今次立法嘅係一次高水平嘅立法工作，法律內容包括咗實體法、程序法同埋組織法。法律內容呢亦都係公道嘅，做到咗3個好好嘅平衡。一係好好咁平衡咗國家同埋大眾安全以及個人嘅權利同埋自由。第二係呢一部法律參考咗好多國家同埋地區嘅同類法律，特別係唔少嘅普通法地區嘅立法，做到咗同國際主流接軌，又照顧到我國獨有嘅國情同埋特區兩制所需要嘅呢兩方面嘅平衡。三係能夠按照香港嘅傳統嘅普通法法治同埋司法原則，以及由全國人大授權全國人大常委會所訂立嘅香港國安法一個好好嘅銜接。呢部法律喺今日，美國政軍為一己私利，肆意破壞國際法、國際規則同埋聯合國作用，並且到處發動戰爭、策動顏色革命，更敵意看待我國而帶嚟嘅地緣政治風險，有住非常重要嘅保家衛國、看家護院嘅實質作用。我亦都十分欣賞呢一次立法能夠準確咁掌握總體國家安全觀，從國家嘅視野對國家安全作出通盤嘅考慮，以人民安全為宗旨，政治安全為根本，經濟安全為基礎，以軍事文化社會安全為保障，以促進國際安全為依託，維護各領域嘅國家安全，構建起國家安全嘅體系。我亦都借呢個機會感謝所有參與呢一步立法工作嘅同仁、同事同埋專家學者。我睇到喺諮詢期內，市民積極提出嘅各項意見，以及政府對之深入研究同埋吸納。而我自己本人亦都十分榮幸同埋高興，自從大概喺20年之前開始進行相關嘅方面嘅研究工作，亦都能夠喺整個立法從醞釀到研究過程，以至係喺草案內容同埋修訂案當中睇到自己一啲嘅作用嘅發揮。以上，本人謹此陳辭，支持維護國家安全條例草案。多謝。
多謝主席。本人發言支持維護國家安全條例草案。香港喺基本法23條立法一直有待履行嘅憲制責任。今日終於行到最後一步，大家都等咗呢日好耐，特別係經歷咗2019年嘅黑暴，今日可以喺度發言支持23條，我有好深嘅感受。仲記得5年前2019年6月12日喺立法會審議同一條例嘅時候，議員想返立法會都係困難重重。我當年係提前一晚喺立法會通宵留守。 咁但係到咗第二朝咧，其實立法會已經被重重包圍。議員想返入立法會都好困難，最終立法會無法開會，及後更加發生多場嘅暴亂事件，連立法會亦都被衝擊同埋破壞，凸顯咗香港喺國家安全出現嘅短板。維護國家安全條例草案以法律係築牢起維護國家安全嘅屏障。幸好中央係為我哋當年訂立咗港區國安法，令到我哋今日可以順利審議23條。而衝擊同埋包圍嘅事件係不在，社會回復安寧。而今日立嘅23條，正係全面築起國家安全嘅屏障。好多外國勢力咧係批評23條損害人權。事實上，條例草案以尊重同埋保障人權作為基本原則，清晰咁列出罪行相關行為，精準針對危害國家安全嘅行為，亦設有適度嘅免責條款，對警方執法嘅權力訂明咗清晰嘅條件同埋限制等等。唔單止係完全符合國際人權公約嘅規定，甚至較歐美國家更加注重保障人權。更加有清晰嘅司法同埋制度。舉個例子，草案訂明咗警方需要喺羈留疑犯48小時內決定是否起訴。如果冇落案起訴，警方係需向法庭提出恰當嘅理由，申請延長羈留不多於14日。對疑犯嘅限制則包括可因應情況向法庭申請手令，禁止被羈留人士諮詢個別律師。警方最終需決定是否起訴該被捕人，或者係是否進行保釋。反觀英國，執法部門向法庭申請法令，向嫌疑人拘捕之後呢，係可以禁閉該人喺其居住方圓200里內嘅任何地方長達5年。發出法令時，亦都無需通知被捕嘅人士，冇審訊同埋辯護嘅機會。英國政府亦都係有權禁止被禁閉嘅人士享用一般嘅金融服務，包括擁有或使用銀行嘅戶口，唔可以使用任何嘅電子器材，包括電腦同埋手機上網等等。而我哋特區政府喺制定條例嘅時候，亦都參考咗其他普通法國家相關嘅法律同埋經驗，並且係審慎詳細考慮咗香港嘅實際情況，同埋外國嘅國安標準接軌。以條例草案提出嘅涉及叛國嘅罪行為例，喺美國嘅刑法裏面咧，觸犯咗當地嘅叛國罪，最高可以判處死刑。而我哋相關嘅條例咧，則較為寬鬆，而條文亦都係清晰界定相關嘅人士行為要有意圖或罔顧嘅元素，亦都係需要有明知嘅元素咧，並作出條例中所列嘅受禁行為，才屬違法，令到市民咧係有法可依。基本法23條咧係受到社會甚至乎國際嘅關注，亦都成為咗外部反華勢力抹黑香港嘅議題。批評條例損害人權、破壞營商環境等等。例如，最具體嘅例子就係外媒傳播通訊社呢，就係錯誤喺報導23條嘅諮詢結果，將個別嘅人士嘅意見呢當成政府嘅建議，錯指政府呢係會立法禁止社交平台喺香港運作，企圖呢係製造恐慌。呢啲嘅例子呢，正正反映咗社會係立法會係有必要全速高效審議條例。切實咁維護國家安全。今日23條能夠順利通過之後呢，我期望呢政府嘅解說工作亦都唔能夠停步，亦都要繼續及時澄清同埋係反駁一啲嘅抹黑，讓市民明白到立法係令香港長治久安，讓商界國際投資者理解到築好維護國家安全嘅法律屏障。香港嘅營商環境只會更好，資金人才喺法律嘅保障之下繼續自由流通，對投資者嘅保障更高，進一步鞏固香港國際金融經貿中心嘅地位。主席，本人謹此陳辭，支持法案。多謝。
陳祖恒議員。
Mr. Sunny Tan。
多謝主席，好高興。好榮幸今日能夠喺呢個莊嚴嘅議會廳內發言支持並見證維護國家安全條例草案嘅通過，呢個令人感動同埋振奮嘅重要時刻。維護國家安全係每個人嘅應有責任同埋義務。23條立法既係憲制責任，更係貫徹落實香港國安法同埋人大
It is also to implement the requirements of the NPC decision and the Hong Kong National Security Law. During the public consultation, over 13,000 submissions were received. Over 98% of the submissions expressed support for the bill. And during the meetings of the Bills Committee, the administration took heed of many views of members and proposed amendments with great efficiency. Now, early completion of legislation is the wish of the people. There is strong public support for that. China is our motherland. Hong Kong is our home. I always tell people we need to protect our families. We need to protect the home we cherish. This is only something normal. How would anyone allow other people to harm their family members? Now, foreign politicians always discredit the Article 23 legislative exercise, but in these countries they have even harsher laws to safeguard national security. So we can see safeguarding national security is a consensus in the world, and it is practice that every country has. Now, as this SJ pointed out, Hong Kong has in place international covenants to protect human rights and freedoms, and these countries just attack our exercise that shows they have double standard, and that shows all the more the need for legislating to safeguard national security. So in the face of these unfair criticisms, I support the government in giving speedy rebuttal. The textile sector will fully support the bill and work with the government. We will, together with the government, try to explain to the international community and the business sector the real situation in Hong Kong. I hope the government and the different sectors here will work together, and then we could have stability for the for people to invest in Hong Kong, and then people have confidence to do so. With the business sector is discerning. Since the start of the exercise, I've come across friends from overseas who are in the business sector. Now, they are keen to come to Hong Kong to start a business and then go into the Greater Bay Area market. And then we can see that the Oasis has done a good job of bringing in strategic businesses, and then many mega events are to be held in Hong Kong. So the business sector is showing the action that they have confidence in Hong Kong. Finally, I must thank the SF Government, the Bills Committee, the Secretariat of this Council for all their hard work, so that we are able to resume the second reading of this bill speedily. The textile sector and I believe that the sooner we complete the legislation, the sooner Hong Kong could focus on economic development, and then foreign investors will also have peace of mind as they start a business in Hong Kong. And that will help Hong Kong to leverage on our advantages, in particular the unique advantage that we are connected well and backed by the country. That then we'll have a more solid foundation for further development, and then we can contribute further to the country's development. So I speak in support of the Safeguarding National Security Bill. Mr. Stanley.
主席，歷盡近27年超長嘅時間，就基本法23
years is a long time, and after this very long time, we're finally coming to this historic moment for us to fulfill our constitutional duty to legislate for Article 23. Now, I first talked about the Hong Kong national, the country's national security to be imposed in Hong Kong. It was 10 years ago that I spoke at MPC, and then we had the painful experience of the Hong Kong version of the Colour Revolution. And now there is consensus in the community. It is actually a strong consensus for us to legislate as soon as possible to safeguard national security. And also, there is the highest principle of the sovereignty of the country and to safeguard national security. So we have the 528 decision, also the requirements of the Hong Kong National Security Law, and there's also the requirement in Article 23. So we have this bill, and this bill is forward-looking. It is effective in preventing, stopping, and punishing all acts and activities that endanger national security.
必要性
Now, the
同
bill,
迫切
the
性。
legislative exercise
目
is
前外部勢力
essential,
對香港
is
仍然
necessary, and
虎
is
視眈眈
urgent.。There are still
本
foreign
地嘅
forces
反中亂
trying
港
to
分子
target Hong Kong,
係蠢蠢欲
and
動，
that
死心不息。
anti-China forces in Hong
佢哋
Kong
勾結英美
are
勢力，
still trying
謊
to do
稱
something.
民
They
主、人
collude
權、
with
言
foreign
論同埋新聞
forces.
自由受損。
They
呢啲
give
係危
the
言聳聽，
false
製造恐慌。
statement that our
其實
freedoms
細
of
讀條文
speech
呢一次
and
立
the
法
press and so on
係
are
嚴格
under
遵
threat.
循
If you
法
study the
治、
bill
保
carefully, you'll
護人
see
權
that the
同埋
bill
各種合法權利嘅精
abides
神。
by strict
同
provisions
時亦都
to
強調，
protect
無
freedoms
論
and
判罪
rights.
與否，
And also
同
whether
一
a
行
person
為
is
不再
convicted
審、
or not,
不再罰，
there will not be a
符合一
second
貫禁止，
trial. So that's
一
in
罪
line with the
兩審，
general principle
雙重
of
定罪嘅
no
做法，
double jeopardy.
符合呢個普通法嘅慣例，
It is
亦
in
都
line
係
with the
做
common
到
law
咗
convention.
嚴寬適度。主席，
And also
我呢度咧
the,
有一幅
the
文匯報
penalties
所
are
作嘅圖
also
表，
a
佢
good
係
balance.
比
Now there is
對
this
各國嘅一個
table
涉
that
及國安法
compares
嘅罪行，
the
孰輕孰重。
different
差異立見。
national security offences
美
and
國
penalties
西
in
方
different
勢力
countries.
咧
You have to
越
see
係出聲，
which laws
越
are
係顯
stricter
示
and
佢
harsher.
嘅
Now
偽
the
善同埋
US
可
and
恥。
Western
主席，
powers,
本人同
the
工
more they
聯會
speak on the bill,
一
the
貫
more
全
that
力
shows how
支持立
shameless
法，
they are. I
並
and the
嚴
FTU
厲
are fully
譴
in
責
support of
美
the
國西方
legislative
勢力
exercise,
嘅
and we
抹黑
strongly
同埋阻
condemn
撓立法
the
呢啲
smearing
無恥
effort
險惡嘅
of
行
the
徑，
US and other Western
堅決
forces,
同
and they
一切
try
反
to
中亂港勢力作鬥
disrupt
爭，
this legislative
為
exercise.
咗
It is
全程
shameless.
全力全速
Now,
審議。
we worked
個多
really
星期以
hard
嚟，
for
我
the
同其
past
他
week or so.
法案
I
委
and
員會
other
嘅
members
委
of the
員
Bills Committee
廢寢忘餐，
worked
日以繼
overtime
夜，連日作戰，
and
就係希望
for
盡
food
快完
days
成
every
審
day
議
to
通過
study the
生
bill
效。
because we wanted
而
to
為咗確保立法嘅質
complete our
量，
scrutiny
我哋係
and
巨
as
細
soon
無
as
遺，
possible. And we want to make
就一
sure
個
the
個
quality of
嘅
our
細
work.
節
We
提出1000
considered
多條
every
嘅
single
質詢。
detail of every clause.
喺
We
呢個
asked
多日
over
嚟嘅
1,000
連日
questions on
嚟
the
咧，亦
clauses.
都係得到
And
司長、局長、
with
副秘
the
書長、立法
Secretary
會
for
秘書
Justice,
處
Secretary
等
for
等
Security,
嘅支
the
持，
Deputy
政府咧
Secretary
亦都係耐
for
心咁樣去
Security,
解答、
and the
接
Secretary
納
of
建
the
議，
Legislative Council
主
also
動
gave us
提
full
出修
support.
正
The
案，
administration
先有今
gave
日我哋
very
喺大會
detailed
嘅辯論。
answers.
亦都
And
多
they
謝各位
also
同事咧係
proposed
全力
amendments. That's why we
嚟
are
到
here
去
today to
支持
consider the bill
真
again.
真正
And I
正
must
體
thank all
現愛國
members
者
for their
治港原
support.
則底下嘅議會新氣
So
象。
this is the
我哋係
new
空
era
前
of the
團結
Council under
支
the
持
principle
通過
of
呢個
patriots
法案。
administering
本人
Hong
謹此
Kong.
陳辭。
So I speak fully in support of the bill. Thank you.
主席，本人發言支持維護國家安全條例草案。我參與各級嘅議會至今已經超過20年。2003年23條立法失諸交臂，到今日國家安全條例草案嘅審議終於去到最後嘅階段。呢個歷史嘅時刻，我哋實在係等得太耐啦。多年嚟23條長期被妖魔化，香港成為咗國家安全嘅嚴重漏洞，成為咗反中亂港分子挾洋自重嘅政客溫床。佢哋有恃無恐，公然勾結外國勢力，擾亂議會同埋社會秩序，最後演變成2019年港版顏色革命。全港市民都為咗咁樣付出咗沉重嘅代價。呢段黑暗嘅日子，我哋唔想回憶，但未敢忘記。通過法例之後，係繼香港國安法、完善選舉制度、完善地區治理之後，香港能夠長治久安嘅最後一塊拼圖。從今之後，我哋可以上下一心，專心拼經濟，改善民生。儘管香港國安法嘅制定同實施使香港進入由亂及治，但反華亂港嘅勢力仍然係死心不息，強盜邏輯仍然見於國際政治，特別係部分美西方國家公然定義我國為海外敵對勢力，以擾亂滲透香港作為阻止中國和平發展嘅策略。國家安全嘅威脅從未消減。基本法第23條規定應予立法禁止嘅7類罪行中，香港國安法直接涵蓋咗其中2類，即分裂國家同顛覆中央人民政府。香港特區所仍有一個憲制責任，立法禁止、防範、制止同懲治其他危害國家安全嘅行為同活動，特別有關境外干預罪。而家係中華民族偉大復興嘅關鍵時期。
極具時代意義。我哋要特別提防受境外勢力收買或者控制嘅現代吳三桂，呢啲係境外勢力嘅代言人。漢奸走狗喺過去嘅日子明目張膽跑到外國勞顏鄙質咁樣要求制裁中國，或者接受呢啲境外勢力嘅指揮指導，搞亂香港。境外干預罪嘅制定，就令到呢一啲嘅搞屎棍策略再難以得逞。同時勾結境外勢力係條例草案所定嘅某啲罪行罪加一等嘅條件，凸顯咗對於呢啲人民公敵要有更具阻嚇力嘅懲罰，彰顯法律嘅公義。最後，法律要貫徹執行，除咗需要有力嘅執法同公平嘅司法制度之外，全方位嘅教育市民，亦去認識國家安全，讓愛國精神同埋國家安全成為香港最大嘅社會共識。路雖遠，行至將至，事雖難，做則必成。本人謹此陳辭，支持維護國家安全條例草案。
郭偉強議員。
多謝主席。本人發言係支持國家安全條例草案。正如律政司司長所言，23條嘅立法一直都係香港喺憲制上欠交嘅功課，唔係學校裏邊嘅同學仔一般所用話唔記得做，而係回歸以嚟一直都有一班人肆意抹黑同埋阻撓，目的只係為咗將香港拖入無止境嘅政治爭拗同埋紛亂之中，一幕一幕肆無忌憚、變本加厲嘅亂象。以致港獨為核心嘅顏色革命，盡顯奪權嘅野心，同埋為西方賣力嘅勾當。為此，香港行咗一段段冤枉路，錯失發展嘅最佳時機，大大拖慢咗融入國家發展嘅進度。喺東升西降嘅新時代下，地緣政治必將越加尖鋭。美國嘅霸權主義同埋單邊主義表露無遺，為咗延續美國嘅霸權，可以預計將繼續傾力壓制我國嘅和平發展。我國係有必要提升國家嘅安全嘅高度，同埋防範嘅工作。香港缺不能置身事外，而成為國家安全嘅漏洞。喺公眾諮詢1:99
During public consultation on Article 23 legislation, 99% of the people supported the bill, and on the 8th of March, the bill received its first and second reading at this council. Afterwards, there were frequent meetings, and within 7 days, there were a total of 22 meetings, compared with 9 sessions within 6 days for the district council-related bill. There were more frequent meetings, and this is to fulfill the expectation of completing the legislative exercise as early as possible. This shows that the executive branch and the legislature have been working hand in hand. 24 meetings lasting for many hours showed that there was detailed discussion on the bill, and the administration gave reasonable responses to all questions asked. For false allegations, the administration was able to refute all of them, so that people won't be interfered or affected by this smearing campaign.
經歷多次被圍堵立法會以及議會之亂嘅議員，今日能夠以第7屆立法會議員嘅角色參與23條立法嘅審議工作，能夠見證終於可以完成23條立法嘅重大嘅歷史節點，實在係與有榮焉，亦都有撥開雲霧見青天嘅感慨。
I feel that we are finally seeing the light at the end of the tunnel.
國家安全嘅法則後，我哋就可以全程投入推動發展。
A refinement of our legal system will be able to focus our efforts in improving people's livelihood and better integrate ourselves into our national development, then we can build a livable city. Today is the 75th anniversary of our return of the establishment of our country. I hope that we can help build a modernized country. Thank you.
Ms. Jovi Tan.
基本法第23條
Thank you,
立法
Deputy
係我哋嘅
President.
憲制責任。我哋國家主席習近平咧
Legislation
喺
is
前
our
年嚟香港
constitutional
發表7·1中嘅
responsibility.
講話嘅時候咧，都有
When the
講到
President
一國
came
兩
to
制
Hong
嘅根
Kong
本
to
宗旨
deliver
係維護
speeches
國
on the
家
1st
安
of
全
July,
同埋維護我哋國家嘅主權。
safeguarding
23
national
條立法咧
security
係
means
我哋本地
safeguarding
進行咧，正
national
正係貫徹
sovereignty
精神，
and
落實好
integrity.
一國兩制，做好
This
示
is
範。
to
所以
further
咧，特別要感
implement
謝特區
the
政府高
policy
效
of
有
one
為。
country, two
我所
systems.
屬嘅
I
工聯
thank
會
the
一直堅
administration
定不移支持
for
23
their
條
work.
立法。
On behalf of
尤其自19年
FTU,
黑暴以
I
嚟咧，我都
express
堅
that
持
we have
視
been
法治
supporting
下，
Article
解
23
除23條
legislation
立法同埋維護
since
國家
black
安
cloud
全嘅
violence.
重
I
要性。
have been
喺
explaining
呢度
the
咧都要讚
importance of
揚特區政府
safeguarding
嘅
national
宣解
security
同埋
online
反
and
駁。
offline.
今次
I
咧，我
need to
作
thank
為
the
立法會議員，亦
administration
都係咧網
for the
絡意見
rebuttal
領
team
袖，咁
and
都
their
體會到咧
efforts.
政府咧喺隊伍專責咧做好溝通同埋
I can see
宣
that the
解咧都
administration
係非常之高效嘅。
is
呢段
very
時間咧，
effective
我都接
in
受咗媒
its
體訪問，
explanatory work
有
and
進行
rebuttal
請願，
work.
亦都透過拍片同埋各個嘅社交媒體咧
I
去
prepared
反
video
駁抹黑。
clips
涉及國家
to
安全
rebut
嘅法律
the
咧，英
untruthful
國同埋美
remarks.
國咧，其實分
The
別咧都有
US and the
14
UK
同11部。而我哋香港
also had
20年之後咧，
and
自本地
21
進行第一
respectively.
步嘅出台，仲參考
This
咗唔
is
少
our
咧
first
佢哋
step,
嘅法
and we
例。
have also drawn
但係
reference
咧，
from
西人
many
都仲
pieces
係
of
咧
their
要干預我哋
legislation.
嘅立法，
But then
所
the
以咧
Western
喺度都要
countries
予
still
以
going to
譴責
meddle
佢
in
哋。
our affairs,
有西
and I
人話
have
咧
to condemn
23條
them.
嘅立法咧係進行
Article
得太
23
快。
legislation
其實咧，美
is
國喺2001
being
年
taken
9·11
forward
之
too
後咧，
fast, some people
21
say.
日就推出咗
After
法案。
9/11,
美國國會都
the
只係用咗
US
3日嘅時間
promulgated
咧
a
去進
bill.
行審議。但係
The
西會咧
Senate
有冇
spent
去質疑
3 days
呢啲立
on
法嘅時
scrutiny,
間太
but
短
then
呢？
were
西
there
方
any
勢力
questions
咧喺我哋
over
23 條
the
立法咧，又再
too short
醜惡
period
咁
of the
樣暴露咗
scrutiny?
佢哋嘅雙重
This
標
once
準。
again shows
但
their
係咧都
double
冇咗我哋
standards.
全港凝聚共識，
Anyway, it does
有
not
高達
affect
98% 嘅市民
our
係表達
public
支持，
consensus.
亦
Over
都冇咗我
98% of
哋第
the
一次就
people
國
of
家
Hong
安
Kong
全
express
完成本
support
地立法嘅決
for
心。
Article 23
整個立法會
legislation.
咧，
It
就
also
算
shows
係
our
法案委員
resolute.
會嘅成員，相信咧
Our
我哋嘅同事
resolution
咧
to
都有透
finish the
過唔同嘅
legislative
方式去
exercise.
參與立法審議嘅工
Members
作。
of the Council
我哋
have
工
been
聯會
taking
咧
part in
嘅
the
成員
scrutiny
咧
of
都
the
係一
bill.
直團結咧
The
支持
FTU
我哋
have
會
been
長秋北
staying on the same
嘅
page
法案委員會
in the
工作。
legislative
我哋嘅法案
exercise.
咧
Mr. Sanny,
寬
the
緊
chairman
適
of the FTU,
想確保國
also
家安全
joined
同
the
埋保障人權咧
Bills
係取得一
Committee.
個平衡。
We have
有
struck
好
a
多嘅國
balance
家咧，例
between
如話叛
safeguarding
國罪
national
啦，
security
最
and
高嘅
the protection
刑
of
罰
human
咧係
rights.
包
For
括死
treason,
刑。而大家都知道我
the
哋香
maximum
港咧
penalty
係並
is
冇
death
死刑嘅。
sentence.
呢
But
啲嘅重
as
點
you
咧，
know,
我
there's
哋
no death
喺
sentence in
法
Hong
案通
Kong.
過咗之後咧，都應該
Upon
要
the
繼續做
enactment
好
of the
解說
bill,
嘅工
we
作。
still need to
最
continue
後
with
咧，
the
我想重
explanatory
申
work.
呢一點
I
咧，我
want to
響保安
reiterate
同埋司法嘅聯合委員會嘅時候咧，我都有
in the
講到
joint
嘅。
meeting of the
03年嘅時候咧，
HALSP and
我
the
就
Panel on
係一個嘅學
Security.
生睇住電視
In
機，
2003,
見到
I was
23
still a
條唔能夠
student.
成功立法。然後我哋香港咧就
Article
陷入
23 could
一次又一
not
次
be
嘅政治
passed
漩
at
渦。
that time,
19年
and
咧
we
仲有
were
顏色革
in the
命。
middle of
21
political
年後咧，我好
turbulence.
榮幸可以
In
喺
2019,
電視
there
廳
was
參與
even
23
color
條立法嘅
revolution.
審議工作。
Today, I'm
呢
glad
個
to
係光榮嘅
be
一
able
步。
to take part in Article
時下
23
嘅學生
legislation
咧
and
見到
feel
19年嘅
honored.
亂局，見到我哋嘅店鋪被打砸燒，見到我
Saw
哋嘅
the
道路癱瘓，而
chaos
佢哋
back
都
in
被迫罷課。
2019. The
今日
roads
咧可以
were
見到23
obstructed,
條本地立
paralyzed.
法完成填補國家安全 全風險
They can see that Article 23 legislation is going to plug the last gap of
未來我
national
哋香港咧
security.
係發展咧可以喺更安全同埋
Students
更有保障
are
嘅保障之
confident
下進行。
that
本人謹此陳
national
辭，支
security
持維護
will
國家安全條例草
provide
案。
security in Hong Kong as well. I so submit. I support the
主席
bill.
，2019年之前啦，香港可能仍然都會有人認為香港係唔需要國安法嘅，亦都不必為23條立
Before
法。
2019,
大家以
people
為
still
香港
thought
好
that
太平，
they
台
didn't need
灣
Article
先至會喺
23
議會裏面
legislation.
打
They
交
thought
嘅
that Hong
啫。
Kong
間
was
諜活動、
peaceful.
顏
Only
色革命、
Taiwan
周
would
街
see
掟
such
汽油彈都唔會喺香港發生嘅。
riots.
但係
There wouldn't be
2019 年，
any
我同所有
petrol
香港
bombs
市民
hurled in Hong
一
Kong.
齊經
But
歷
in
咗一場
2019,
匪夷所思嘅黑暴，
together with
香港好
citizens in
傷
Hong Kong, we
好痛。
experienced
大家都
black
醒
time
覺
violence.
到
Hong Kong
原來
is
國家
deeply
安
hurt.
全風險一直都喺身邊。原來惡國勢力已經
We
部
were
署
alive
已
to the
久。
national
原來
risks.
威脅
They
暴
were
亂可以
always
突然
around
出
us.
現。
Threats,
原來我哋以為
riots
嘅太平，只不
could
過係
appear
假象。特
out of
區
the
政府
blue.
必須要立法堵塞國家
Hong
安
Kong
全
wasn't
嘅缺口
peaceful, actually.
上兩屆
We
立法會
needed to
我
plug the
親
gap
身
of
經
national
歷。
security.
代主席你都喺度。 就喺呢個
Deputy
議事
President,
廳
you were
裏
also
面，
present in this
有擔任
council,
西方
in
代
this
理人
chamber.
嘅漢奸議員，不斷利用
There
民
were
主、
traitors of
自
China,
由、公義之名，逢中必反，拉布抹黑，做盡賣國、不
smearing
公不
Hong
義、
Kong.
破壞香港之事。
They damaged
我哋清楚
the
睇到
reputation,
社會
the
上面有
reputation
人
of Hong Kong as
勾
well as the
結外國
safety of
勢
Hong
力，
Kong.
要
People
求制
colluded
裁
with
中國香港，
foreign forces
捏造虛假資
backing for
訊，
sanctions
煽動
against
市民
China and
仇
Hong
視政
Kong.
府，
There was
製造
misinformation
顏色
inciting
革
hatred
命，
among the
顛倒
public
黑白，
against
甚至
China
殺人放火。
and the government.
當年因為反對黑暴，有商店被
There
毀，
were riots,
有活人
shops
監
were
生被
damaged,
火燒，有人被磚頭
there were
掟
persons
死，有
being
警
set
員被
to
刺
blaze,
傷、
some police
燒
officers were
傷，
stabbed,
有議員被打。
they were
立
set to
法會
flame,
被破壞，
some
無數市
legislators
民受到嚴重
or
嘅
district
傷害。
councillors were hurt,
我哋嘅年青人被
They were
訓練
injured.
成為暴徒，前途盡毀， 無數
teenagers
家
were
庭破碎，
trained as
市民
traitors.
失去咗言論、出行、生活嘅自由，
There was also
人人生活
vandalism in the
喺
streets.
惶恐之中。
We were living in a
香港
wave of
差啲
panic back
唔
then in
得，就
society.
成為反中基地。
Hong
如
Kong
果中
was
央
on
政
the
府
verge of
冇就
becoming
國安
a
法立
base
法，
for
香港就冇可
anti-China
能恢復安寧，
elements.
踏
Without
上今
national
日
security,
由
Hong Kong
亂
could not
及
restore
治、由
peace.
治及
We
興之
could
路。
not move from
但
chaos
係
to order
危
and
機
from
未過，
stability to
外國勢
prosperity.
力仍然
But there
虎
are
視
still
眈眈
risks.，
反中亂港
Foreign
分子
forces
仍然蠢蠢欲動，
are still eyeing
稍一不
on
慎，
any
黑暴
opportunity
就
to
會重臨。
sabotage Hong Kong.
所以，我哋香港必須盡快就23
If we are
條
not
立
on
法，
high alert,
因為
we will
保
be
護
hurt
國
by
安
these
係我哋
anti-China
香港特
elements.
區嘅憲制
Safeguarding
責
national
任，
security is
因
the
為
constitutional
保
duty
家
of
衛國
Hong
係
Kong.
我哋每個中國人應有之義，
It's
因為我哋要
our
保障每位市
responsibility
民
to
嘅
safeguard
生命
national
財產
security.
安
We
全
need to
同埋
protect
免於
every
恐
single
懼嘅自
citizen.
由，因為只有安全穩定，香
We
港
need to
先至
protect
可
the
以謀發
freedoms
展，
and the rights
市
of the
民
people
先
of
至可
Hong
以
Kong.
安居
Only
樂
with
業。
national security can
近
we
日，
enjoy
外國勢
economic
力仍然
development
企
and
圖
good
阻止
livelihood.
23條立法，抹
External
黑、
forces are still
恐嚇制裁
obstructing， Article
利用媒體
20 legislation. They smear
誤導
Hong Kong,
本
they
地同
smear
埋國
national
際
security
社會，
law.
手段之卑鄙，可謂無所不用其極。
They are
美國
taking
駐
great
華大
lengths
使
to
帕恩斯仲
sabotage
話，華府
national
對
security
23條立
law.
法有嚴重嘅關切喎，
The
包
U.S.
括言
said
論
that
同埋
they
集會
expressed
自
great
由，
concern
同埋保
over
持
the bill,
不同政
such
見
as
嘅
the
權利。
freedom
主
to
席，我
assembly,
絕不
freedom
認
of
同。
speech, and so on.
其實大家都知道，
But I do not
美國
agree
嘅
at
國
all,
安
Deputy
法
President.
法網嚴
The
密，
national
刑罰
security
比
of the
香港
U.S.
嚴苛得多。
is much more
美國對其對
draconian
香
than
港
Hong Kong's law.
與
It's
其不
much
斷咁
stricter.
對香港嘅國安法説三道四，
Instead of
不
meddling
如
in
多
the
啲審視下佢哋
national
自己
security
美
law
國
of
侵
Hong
犯
Kong,
人權、限制言論
they
自由
should
嘅
have
劣跡
reviewed，
多啲保障佢
their own
哋
national security
本地嘅
legislation.
本土黑人、原住民同埋大眾嘅人
They
權
should
把
have
啦。
protected the human rights
今
of
次
the
香港維護國
indigenous
家
people
安
in their
全
own
條例
country.
草案，
They should also
不
protect
單
the
止
right
參考
of the
咗世界上面多個國家嘅現有
indigenous
法律
people，as well as，
亦都充分兼顧咗香港
country
其他適用嘅維護國安嘅相關法律，亦
Other
都融合
relevant
咗
legislation
公眾
was
諮
also
詢嘅
discussed
建
in the
議，
Bills Committee.
體現普通法嘅
Views
原
from the
則，
public
同
consultations
香
have
港
been
國
taken on
安法
board.
銜接、包容同埋互補，
This
非
also
常好
shows
咁平衡咗維
complementarity
護
with
國
local
安同
legislation.
埋個人權利
A
同埋
balance
自
has
由，
been struck
只
between
係針
national
對有
safeguarding
心破
national
壞國安
security
嘅極
and
少
the
數人。
protection of human rights. It only targets
制
a
定
tiny
維護國家
minority
安
of
全嘅法律
people
係國際
who
慣
want
例
to，
西方國家
sabotage
例
national
如美國、
security
英
in
國、
Hong
加拿
Kong.
大、澳洲、新西蘭咁，都制定咗
The
維護
US,
國家
the
安
UK,
全嘅法
Canada, and New
律，亦
Zealand
都建立
also
咗
have
相關嘅決
national
策同埋
security
執行嘅 機構。美西方國家將23條立法不斷妖魔化，完全係不折不扣嘅虛偽雙重標準，只係反映咗佢哋根深蒂固嘅霸權強盜思維。今日我哋立法會即將光榮咁通過23條立法。我哋用行動證明，任何外部干預同埋手段都改變唔到我哋維護國家安全嘅堅定決心，亦都動搖唔到香港嘅法治基礎同埋國際社會對香港法治嘅信心。國安才能港安，國安才能家安。23條完成立法，必定能夠更加好咁保障香港全體居民嘅人權自由同埋根本福祉。 讓香港長治久安、繁榮發展，繼續成為積極貢獻國家嘅明珠。主席，我謹此陳辭，支持維護國家安全條例草案同埋政府提出嘅所有修正案。
多謝主席，我發言支持維護國家安全條例草案。記得2003年我第一日落九龍城區工作，就係去民政處推3個卡版有關23條小冊子翻嚟我哋地區團體，透過我哋地區網絡派發俾市民向市民解釋23條立法工作。可惜當年立唔到法，為國家安全留下嚴重嘅後遺症，導致2014年嘅佔中、2016年嘅佔旺、2019年嘅黑暴嘅出現。今次我非常之榮幸能夠成為國家安全條例草案委員會嘅委員，手把手審議法例，保存維護國家安全最後一塊嘅短板。喺研究與基本法第23條立法相關嘅事宜小組委員會同埋條例草案委員會合共開咗25次嘅會議，審議近50小時。我同其他委員都非常之認真審視每一條條文，要求釐清每條文內嘅各種定義、罪行嘅元素同埋法律嘅原則。假設嘅場景都屬於法制。大家實事求是，有的放矢，而官員個個都非常之熟書，回答一針見血，用實例貼地咁解說，釋除疑慮，亦採納咗我哋唔少嘅意見，就40項嘅條文提出修訂，令條例草案更加完備。在此我衷心感謝林定國司長啦、鄧炳強局長及其團隊出嘅努力，及秘書處同事嘅配合，讓我哋能夠一鼓作氣、高質高效咁審議完成維護國家安全嘅立法審議工作。今次條例草案有3大特點。一係貫徹尊重同保護人權嘅基本原則，正如境外干預需要符合3大元素，即配合境外勢力，使用不當手段及帶來干預效果。正常嘅國際交流交往合作係冇問題嘅。煽動意圖罪絕對唔能夠阻礙任何人。政府對政府政策有不同嘅意見，只要冇危害國家安全嘅意圖咧，就算反對意見都達得權衡強烈，都係冇問題。事實上，條例草案主要針對間諜、叛國等行動，情節極少數危害國家安全嘅犯罪分子。政府將維護公眾利益作為非法獲取、管有、披露國家秘密有關罪行嘅原則辯護，係有效保障咗言論同新聞自由。其次，條例草案保障咗香港居民根本嘅福祉同埋合法嘅權益。並明確規定，確保特區內嘅財產同投資受到法律嘅保護，包括提供行為指引、交易原則、辯護同埋排除情況。與歐美法律相比，條例草案對投資者嘅保護更全面、更徹底。第三係條例草案吸收咗本地現行法律嘅規定，並借鑑普通法國家立法嘅經驗與國際智慧。條例草案大多數嘅定義同埋罪行係參考刑事、債務條例等本地嘅法例，而新增嘅罪行在有關嘅普通法國家中均有相應同埋類似嘅規定。境外干預、危害國家安全等破壞活動嘅罪行，另外效力方面都參考咗歐美、澳洲、新加坡等法律相關嘅法律。值得一提嘅係，歐美國家嘅國家安全法例係非常之難嘅。以英國為例，佢哋嘅國家安全法案呢係大包圍，亦強化咗境外效力，不論犯惡者嘅國籍、犯案組織成立嘅地點，通通都要管。更加特別加強咗警方同埋司法機構嘅權力。美國嘅國家安全法更加喺數量同種類上咧領先全球，而叛國罪最高刑罰更判處係死刑。我哋嘅條例草案以係維護國家安全同埋保障自由權利、經濟發展之間取得平衡。故此，對於有英美政客以雙重標準批評抹黑我哋維護國家安全條例嘅立法，呢種別有用心嘅行為，我哋必須予以強烈譴責。今日條例草案喺立法會恢復二讀辯論同埋三讀，即將完成27年以嚟對香港市民喺國家安全同埋香港安全嘅承諾同埋憲制嘅責任。自此，香港能夠喺法制上確保一個政治穩定、社會安定嘅營商環境，同時意味着我哋能夠集中精力向經濟同埋發展，辦好民生嘅實事，增添市民嘅幸福感。主席，本人謹此陳辭，支持條例草案同所有嘅修正案。
多謝主席。國安、港安、家國同安。
Now, when the country is safe, then Hong Kong and our home are safe. We've seen the commotion and chaos in the 2019
終於見到期待已久嘅維護國家安全條例草案而家進行二讀，意味住我哋香港特別行政區進行嘅履行憲制責任進入咗最後嘅衝刺階段。我喺度完全支持粉身碎骨咁支持呢個條例嘅草案。早前我哋習近平總書記喺慶祝香港回歸25週年嘅大會上面提出，維護國家安全、主權同發展利益嘅重要內容。呢一次嘅立法，正係我哋香港特別行政區一國兩制框架之下履行憲制責任，並將一國兩制嘅方針嘅最高原則正式納入香港法律嘅體系，以確保香港嘅長治久安同埋繁榮穩定。條例草案喺平衡國家安全同埋人權嘅保障方面做咗努力嘅成果。草案對於相關罪行同埋概念都有仔細清晰嘅定義，明確規定法律對於被定義為犯罪嘅行為，將根據法律進行定罪同埋嘅處罰，而冇被定義為犯罪行為嘅，就唔會受到定罪同埋處罰嘅刑罰原則。以及喺司法機關判定罪行之前，所有人都會被視為無罪同埋無罪推定嘅原則。同時，呢個草案賦予法院好大嘅酌情權，充分體現咗對人權嘅尊重同埋保障。作為社工，我哋講公平、公義同埋人權，講尊重，每個人都係獨特嘅。所以呢一度我更加係希望我哋社福利界嘅同工同埋所有喺香港在內嘅社工同工都要支持呢一條條例草案。條例草案借鑑咗普通法國家嘅立法經驗，其中9項主要罪名參考咗美國、英國、澳大利亞等國家嘅相關法律，特別係新增破壞活動罪同埋境外干預罪，參考咗英國同埋澳洲等國家最新嘅立法實踐，體現咗草案同國際原則嘅接軌，確保咗法律嘅公平性同埋可行性。除此之外，草案仲新增咗維護司法公正同埋其他正當嘅目的嘅兩種不公開審理嘅情形，限制辯護人諮詢律師等嘅規定。呢個規定都參考咗其他嘅普通管轄區相關法律嘅規定，充分考慮保障被告人嘅權益。草案入邊仲有好多規定，充分考慮到喺保護香港嘅金融、媒體同各項非政治性組織嘅正常業務活動，符合咗香港實際嘅情況，明確咗界定罪行同埋非罪行之間嘅界線，提供咗明確嘅指引，同時對特定嘅罪行進行咗免責嘅辯護同埋排除情形嘅設定。草案嘅通過同埋實施將有效發揮我哋香港特別行政區法律體系嘅作用，提高安全高效嘅營商環境，增強投資者嘅信心，保障我哋廣大市民嘅生命同埋財產安全。相信草案會與我哋香港國安法緊密嘅配合，相容互補，無縫銜接，補齊國安嘅短板，共同完成維護國家安全呢一度嘅防線，確保一國兩制行穩致遠，保障香港嘅長治久安同埋繁榮穩定。主席，我哋在座嘅89位議員同埋香港人，呢一刻係歷史性嘅時刻，我哋一齊見證歷史、參與歷史、築造歷史。本人全力支持維護國家安全條例草案以及所有嘅修正案。主席，本人謹此陳辭。
蘇長榮議員。
主席，今日我哋全數89位立法會議員正在辯論議決條例草案嘅現場。時光倒流到2019年，曾經被眾多暴徒搗毀得面目全非，由輪至運行癱瘓，警察總部亦都被長時間圍堵，中央政府駐港機構被肆意衝擊， 地鐵、機場、隧道等公共設施被頻繁破壞，瘋狂嘅起底、欺凌、放火、打人比比皆是，港獨猖獗、攬炒成風。外國特工喺暴亂現場指揮煽動，香港人人自危。呢個就係我哋經歷過喺沒有23條、沒有國安法下嘅真實歲月。回歸後沒有23條嘅近27年，無法阻止被旺角暴亂、非法佔中、修例風波等嘅洗劫，反中亂港勢力可以逍遙法外，甚至躋身特區嘅管治架構，用我哋納稅人嘅錢供養賣國行為，荒唐至極。本來優越嘅一國兩制實踐被不斷干擾破壞，讓人痛心疾首。築牢香港國家安全嘅屏障，讓香港不再重蹈上述血嘅教訓，鞏固良好營商環境，使生命財產安全有保障，就係今日23條立法嘅目的同埋意義。主席，過去嘅亂象同埋不堪，讓香港居民更加意識到國家安全同埋社會穩定嘅重要性，對黎智英等案情所清晰揭露嘅內外敵對勢力危害國家同埋香港嘅行徑，讓香港居民觸目驚心，亦都因為香港居民真切感受到國安法實施後帶嚟嘅效用同埋好處，使當下23條立法成為咗全社會嘅強烈共識、迫切需要，亦都係行政長官同埋特區政府嘅歷史擔當、人心所向、民之所願，係香港必須堅定嘅立法意志。而縱觀條例草案，體現咗喺維護國家安全嘅同時，尊重同埋保障人權，強調立法目的係保障特區居民和在特區嘅其他人嘅合法權益，確保特區內嘅財產同埋投資受法律保護，確立咗完全符合香港法治精神嘅法治原則，包括罪刑法定、無罪推定、一事不再審等等，對普通法高度重視，嚴格遵守，確保與國際接軌並寬嚴適度，法律定義清晰，罪行元素清晰，域外效力清晰，梗係精準針對危害國家安全嘅行為。最大限度咁保護咗守法居民嘅利益同埋正常嘅商業交流。至於被人抹黑立法過快過急，我認為呢個都係國際上醖釀時間最長嘅法律之一。立法本就耽擱咗近27年，而喺2020年全國人大通過528決定後，我相信特區政府已經通過近4年嘅努力，對條例不斷完善，也進行咗充分嘅公眾諮詢，獲得高達98.6%嘅支持率，並將公眾諮詢所反饋嘅建議同埋對法案委員會46個小時審議中產生嘅提問同埋意見，進行咗全面嘅考慮、合理嘅修正。立法過程嘅精細、嚴謹、完整，絕對符合香港嘅立法程序同埋節奏。本人支持條例草案通過，並堅信其將與香港國安法有效銜接，成為護航一國兩制實踐嘅根基，香港安居樂業嘅保障。
林振昇議員。
主席，
基本法第23條本地立法係履行憲制責任，加上公眾諮詢期有超過98% 都係支持嘅意見，已經反映到社會支持立法嘅強烈意願。2019年黑暴期間，我同工作受影響嘅工友開記招，反映苦況，希望政府可以有短期嘅支援，但係之後就冇工友肯企出嚟反映，因為佢哋被起底、被針對、被恐嚇，都被説成為唔支持政治罷工大三罷而被批鬥。主席，基本法保障工人參加工會嘅活動同自由，但工友竟然如此被滅聲，失去表達意見嘅自由。我所屬嘅團體勞聯同一啲屬會，曾經亦都係前職工盟嘅屬會，佢哋眼見香港嘅一啲職工會受到外國勢力嘅影響，甚至控制，發動政治罷工，而非集中勞工事務。今次條例嘅其中一個重點係境外干預及從事危害國家安全活動嘅組織。喺香港有職工會參加咗一啲國際工會組織，勞聯亦都有屬會係國際工會嘅屬會。雖然國際工會組織可以被界定為境外勢力嘅國際組織，但係工會要意圖帶嚟干預效果，配合境外勢力，使用不當手段，先至有機會觸犯法例。正常嘅工會交流係絕對唔會誤墮法網。勞工處嘅職工會登記局亦都可以製作簡單嘅注意事項，俾工會有更清晰嘅了解。但係當然，如果我哋知道呢啲國際組織係危害我哋嘅國家安全，作為本地嘅工會，都應該有義務同埋意識斷絕來往、譴責並且舉報，避免工會被境外勢力所操控。此外，今次亦都涉及修訂職工會條例第48條與勞資糾紛有關嘅串謀罪，將煽動或對國家或君主犯罪改為或任何危害國家安全嘅罪行。而其他條文包括為籌謀或深化勞資糾紛而作出的任何作為，可獲保障免受民事起訴等等，都冇修改。繼續充分體現基本法列明香港工人有組織和參加工會、罷工嘅權利同埋自由，亦都將意圖危害國家安全作出嘅行為同工會為勞資糾紛嘅行為區分出嚟。前車可鑑，工會應該避免被境外勢力干預及利用嚟危害國家安全。自從香港國安法實施以嚟，危害國家安全嘅工會多已解散。前職工盟解散之後，其一部分仍然堅守勞工服務初心嘅屬會，已經加入勞聯及其他工會聯會，並且一齊參與勞工界嘅工作。相信維護國家安全條例草案通過之後，職工會可以回歸初心，服務工人，香港市民安居樂業，大家為香港由治及興、一國兩制行穩致遠而努力。主席，本人支持條例草案，謹此陳辭。
陳凱欣議員，
多謝主席。今次嘅條例草案工作相當忙碌，呢個草案嘅條例草案呢係涉及咗9個部分、181個條文。
There are 9 parts covering 181 clauses of the bill. I can see the Bills Committee was very strict and serious while scrutinizing the bill. The secretaries and secretary of departments, while answering members' questions, did not only think from the perspective of administration. Instead, they think from the perspective of protecting the public and striking a balance between safeguarding national security and protecting human rights.
我認為呢個正正係體現到23條本地立法嘅必要性，亦都係對過往反對23條立法嘅聲音一個最好嘅回應。雖然我知道啦，仍然有啲人朋友可能會質疑，哇，咁重要嘅條例草案係咪應該用多啲長嘅時間去審議工作呢？有兩點我係唔同意嘅。第一，法例審議得好唔好，唔應該用時間嘅長短嚟衡量，亦都唔應該係唯一衡量嘅準則。論證、議證從來都係重質不重量。正如以往我自己無論係做記者、問責官員，因為議員都面對過好多次嘅拉布。開會時間極長，冇質量嘅審議問題極多，結果呢，就係耗費咗我哋大量時間同埋公帑，但係就冇帶嚟任何建設性嘅影響。第二點就係睇草案嘅內涵同埋背景。事實上，維護國家安全條例嘅立法係要補足現時本港整個維護國家安全法例體系上一啲已知嘅短板。舉個例，一艘行緊嘅船已經係有缺口入緊水㗎啦，當然係全力傳出去修補。而且呢，我哋嘅條例草案並唔係完完全全新嘅內容。部分嘅範疇咧係多年嚟咧已經有討論，或者咧係有解説。而經歷過去嘅社會政治動盪之後咧，大眾對國家安全係更加深刻了解咗。因此，今次政府同埋立法會全力全速去完成呢個條例草案審議工作，實在係毋庸置疑。的確，今次條例草案咧涉及嘅範疇更加大、更加廣。包括咧係叛國啦、煽動啦、間諜啦、國家秘密等等嘅嚴重罪行。希望大家咧係花啲時間再睇下法案委員會連續嚟多日嚟，接近係50個鐘頭嘅討論，傾到嘅內容咧清楚話俾我哋知道，一般嘅市民權益係不但唔會因為今次立法而受到影響，反而係更加受到保障嘅。例如喺審議過程裏面提到，唔少相關罪行嘅檢控場景都係要睇有冇意圖。而且舉證責任亦都係同一般普通法嘅法律條文一樣，係由控方舉證。譬如管有煽動嘅刊物嘅罪行，控方係需要有證據去證明到當事人有犯罪嘅意圖先至可以入罪，唔會單純咧係話收到一啲嘅刊物啊，或者屋企有份報紙啊，咁樣咧就會係構成犯罪嘅。又例如我自己比較留意係有關危害國家安全嘅破壞活動嘅內容，用意係防止破壞公共設施。例如係公共交通系統同埋公共服務設施，相信咧好多人咧仍然咧係記憶猶新。19年嘅黑暴期間，香港處處被縱火、店鋪被打爛、學校被佔領、立法會被衝擊，我哋嘅交通幹道係被佔領同埋惡意阻塞㗎。我好記得當日九龍塘仲有一條好重要嘅道路被阻塞，唔單止咧係阻礙到附近居民，連帶鄰近嘅一間醫院都受到牽連，病人亦都無辜受害。呢一個正正就係一個政治國家安全事件對民生造成不良影響嘅明顯例子。以往社會兩極化、政治嘅局面混亂，再加上曾經係試過咧喺2003年立法嘅經歷，令到每次提到23條立法咧都似一個禁忌咁樣。有部分人咧就會以十分極端嘅言辭去演繹、去妖魔化維護國家安全嘅工作。但係今次審議條例嘅草案，再加上2019年本港面對黑暴嘅經歷，正好反映維護國家安全條例立法先至可以真正更加去保障到市民嘅身家性命財產。亦都可以令到社會更加和諧穩定咁樣發展，令到民生工作可以進一步做得更好。喺呢一度，我想借機會向法案委員會一眾嘅同事同埋成員，包括咧係仲有我哋嘅官員、政府人員，以及係立法會秘書處一眾職員咧係表達感謝。特別係我知道咧，秘書處咧傾盡咗全力，各部門咧合力先至能夠喺最高效率嘅時間之內完成整個行政同埋紀律工作，令到今次審議工作得以順利完成。2019年經歷過香港最黑暗被破壞嘅日子，2024年今年香港一定可以重新出發，國安、家安必定能夠再創飛黃。本人謹此陳辭，支持條例草案。
主席。正如國家主席習近平所講，國家安全係民族復興嘅基礎。社會穩定係國家強盛嘅前提。中共十大報告就提出要維護國家安全體系同埋能力現代化，
strength of the country. We need to safeguard national security and social stability. This is unquestionable. Safeguarding national security is the constitutional duty of Hong Kong and is the foundation of the principle of one country, two systems. I traveled out of Hong Kong, so did some members, in order to complete Article 23 legislation. It has been due for 27 years. I feel very honored to be able to take part in this task. In fact, in society, there has been discussion of 20 years. There has been sufficient social consensus with the improved district governance, with Hong Kong society moving from chaos to order and from stability to prosperity. We are going to see national security. If there is insufficient explanatory work, people from the West may misunderstand the Article 23 legislation. They did not understand the legislative intent, so the administration should do the explanatory work. The contents need to be clear, targeted. They should hold as many sessions as possible. In the community, it is said that Article 23 legislation will deter investors from coming to Hong Kong. We need to clear up misunderstandings. We need to spot the rumors. We need to develop local economy so that the international community can see that safeguarding national security law will further promote the principle of one country, two systems. This can also help international investors to come to Hong Kong for investment. It can provide a springboard for them to come to Hong Kong. It can also attract more enterprises to come to Hong Kong for investment. Internally, we need to step up publicity and education about Article 23 legislation so the public will develop in the legislative intent of Article 23. It shows the necessity of Article 23 legislation. It shows that the value of the legislation has been demonized and undermined. We need to step up civic education and publicity. We need to enable the public to know more about the legislative intent of Article 23 legislation and its benefits on society. For example, it can help stabilize the Hong Kong economy, improve livelihood in the economy. It can also offer protection to different aspects of Hong Kong. It can help with the steadfast and successful implementation of one country, two systems. I'm glad to have a special council meeting today. With the efforts of members of the council, we can scrutinize, we can finish the scrutiny of Article 23 legislation. It's key to the social harmony and social stability. I speak in support of the implementation of Article 23 legislation. Thank you.
主席，今日係維護國家安全條例草案進行二讀辯論嘅大日子，等咗27年。基本法23條立法經過多年嚟嘅兜兜轉轉，終於我哋都進入立法嘅大直路。呢個歷史時刻，我真係望穿秋水，百感交集。23條立法係香港責無旁貸嘅憲制責任，但係回歸接近27年，基於種種原因，香港一直都欠。
Since reunification for 27 years, we've never handed in our homework. In particular, in 2003, the bill was withdrawn and then the exercise was shelved for some 20 years. That's why there is this gap in safeguarding national security. It's been taken advantage of by anti-China forces. Now we've had the painful lesson of the 2019 Black Cap violence. The committee has come to realize that we need to plug the loophole and safeguarding national security as soon as possible, so there is sufficient public support for the bill. I'm glad to see that the new term of this government has taken up this duty and it's proceeded with speed to table the bill for our scrutiny. It shows that the government team is competent and it has commitment and courage. Now, we've had marathon meetings in the past week. Members considered each and every clause carefully. We considered all the details. We were prudent in our scrutiny. We also considered different scenarios in relation to the clauses. The officials, including the Secretary for Justice and Secretary for Security, tried to answer all our questions, and that helps to allay many of the concerns of the business sector. I'm sure many people are now more assured. Now, there are 9 parts to the bill. The government has explained each and every part carefully. It has also proposed amendments, and I believe the bill is now clearer, and there are clear definitions for different offences. The offences are reasonable, and also there's due consideration given to protecting the normal business activities and international exchanges, as Hong Kong is a international financial and business centre. And then the members put forward various concrete suggestions. For example, I have suggested financial infrastructure to be covered under the definition of public infrastructure. And then for external interference, it's now amended to external interference endangering national security. As for academic exchanges, business exchanges, and other normal exchanges, they will not be regarded as external interference. I believe such amendments and clarifications are important for Hong Kong as an international financial and business centre. It is so important for protecting the business environment of Hong Kong. And now these amendments have addressed and allayed many of the concerns of the business sector. If you look around the world, different countries give top priority to safeguarding national security. The US and the UK have legislation that's far harsher than that in Hong Kong. And also they keep updating their legislation to make it even harsher. Now, but for geopolitical reasons, I believe for some time to come, there will be people who will attack our bill and who make a false statement. So this is necessary for the government to refute all these smearing as soon as possible. There's also need to explain the bill further to the community and to overseas community so that everyone knows about the content and spirit of the bill. Now, at this historic moment, I am privileged to be a part of it. I believe the Legislative Council, the SL government, and the committee who have all worked so hard in Hong Kong will certainly have this strong firewall to safeguard national security. And after we complete our historic duty to legislate for Article 23 in future, everyone in Hong Kong must work together to develop our economy and improve people's livelihood. So I resolutely support the Safeguarding National Security Bill. I so speak. Dr. Kennedy Wong.
主席，根據基本法23條同埋全國人大及常委會嘅有關權益，香港應自行立法保護國家主權、安全和發展利益。呢個呢，其實香港特別行政區必須履行嘅憲政責任，也係每一個香港市民嘅責任。
It is also the duty of every citizen in Hong Kong. The country cares much for Hong Kong. In the 1960s, the Dongjiang water supply construction works were started to supply water to Hong Kong. And then our economic development was a result of the opening up and reform of the country in the past 4 decades or so. And then before and after the reunification, the country is like a mother to us. It takes special care of us. It gives us various supporting measures. Whenever Hong Kong encounters difficulties, the country will always give a helping hand. Now, that's the case with the Asian financial crisis, the financial tsunami, the SARS epidemic, and so on. The country helped Hong Kong to fight off the speculators, and then also during SARS, medication and personnel with support were sent to Hong Kong to help us. And then with economic development, the CEPA was signed, that is a closer economic partnership agreement. And then that's the promotion of GBA development, and the government also the country also gives support for Hong Kong to become an international and innovation and Technology Centre,
喺國家嘅全力支持下，
also
香港可以繼續保
further
持
support for Hong
咗
Kong to
繁
integrate
榮
into
穩定。
national
可以
development.
咁
So
講，
there is strong
冇
support
國家
from the
嘅全力
country.
支
This
持，
ensures
就
the
絕對冇
stability
今
and
日嘅香港。
prosperity of Hong Kong.
當今
Without
世
the support of
界
the
正係
country,
處於
we
百
won't
年
see
未
Hong
有
Kong
嘅
as it
大
is
變
now.
局。
Now
多國
we
陷入
are
戰
in
火之中嘅
sea
國家同
changes
埋
in
地
the
區，
world. It's
民眾
unseen
生命朝不保夕。
for a
殘酷
century.
嘅現實
And
不
there are
斷
woes
提醒我
everywhere,
哋
and some
有
are
國
really
才
suffering.
有家，
And that
國
these
安
scenes
方能
remind
家
us
安。
we
國家
must have a
給
safe
予
country
咗香
for our
港咁
home to
多
be
支持
safe.
同埋幫助，
The country is given so
難道
much
我哋唔應
support
該
and
為國
assistance
家
to
香
Hong
港
Kong?
建立
So
防盜門、防
shouldn't
火
we
牆，
help the
以
country
確
to build
保
a
國家
firewall
安全
and
不
to
受
put
損
in
害
locks
嗎？
here in Hong Kong so that
主
national
席，
security will not
我
be
參與
endangered?
嘅法案委員會，
Now,
連
I'm
同之
a
前嘅
member
小
of the
組委
Bills
員會呢，
Committee,
舉行咗
and
20多次嘅會
subcommittee
議，
before
審
that,
議時
we
間
had
近
over
20
20
小時。
meetings
各委員對每一條呢進行咗深入嘅討論同埋審議。
50 hours.
我
We
全程
considered
參
each and
與，
every clause
發
with
言
great
咗
care.
60多次，
I
提出咗
was
一些
involved,
意見同埋
participated
修
all
正
the way.
嘅
I
建議。
spoke for over
政
60
府呢亦
times,
都吸
and I
納咗
proposed
議員
some
嘅意見，
amendments
並且
and
提出咗
suggestions.
修
The
正案，
administration took
令
on
到
board
條例草
members'
案所涉
views
及
and
嘅關
suggestions
鍵
and
概念
amendments
界
were
定得
proposed.
更加
So
清晰
there are
明
now
確，
clearer
取得
definitions
咗
for
適
key
當嘅平衡，
offences
能
and
夠更好
terms.
地保
That
障
a
國家
good
安
balance
全，
is struck,
維護市民
and
嘅合法權益，
it will
以及自由
ensure that
開
national
放
security
嘅投
is
資環境。
safeguarded while at the
例
same
如，
time we
條例
protect
草
the
案按
legitimate
照
rights
普
and
通法
interests of
基
the
本原
public.
則
We'll keep a
提
free
出
and
嘅
open
境
society
外
here in
干
Hong
預
Kong.
罪行，
Now, for
佢不
example,
僅要滿足
external
配合境
interference
外
as
勢
an
力嘅
offence.
元素，
There must be the
更要
element
符
of
合
external
意圖
forces.
帶嚟
At
干
the
預
same
嘅
time,
效果，
there must be the
並且呢
intention
作出該行
to
為
interfere.
要使用咗不當手
And
段，
also improper
三者皆
means must
嚟
have
先構成犯罪，
been
所以一
used,
般
so
市
there
民
are 3
係絕對唔會
elements
誤墮法
before
網。
the offence is
又例
established.
如
That's why the
條例草案將普通法嘅引益
average
叛國
citizens
罪
would not be caught by the
編罪
law.
為成
And
文
then
法則，即披露他人犯叛國
misdirection
罪的規
to
定，令到
treason.
廣大市民更加
Again,
清
this
晰。
is
一
now
旦知悉
codified.
有人犯有叛國行
Misprision
為
of
時，
treason
應
is
該
now
如何處理？
codified, so
基於
it
法律專業
gives
保密
clearer
權
definition to
嘅
the
理
offence.
由嘅申訴
As
權利
for
或者享有權
legal
係
professional
唔受呢個條
privilege
文嘅影響。
and
呢
other
個亦都尊重咗法律專業人士與客戶所
religious
享有
privilege
嘅
and so
保
on
密
that
權。
so
藉
this
此
will
機
not be
會呢，
affected
我亦都要
in
感謝
relation
政
to
府接納
offences
咗本人建
of
議，提出
state
咗一個修
secrets.
訂，
Now,
就係
I
規
must
定
thank the
任何公
administration
務
for
人
taking
員
on board on
要
one of the
向負
suggestions
責
that
維
is
護
for
國家
all
安全
public
工作嘅
officers
任何部門及人員，要
and
及時
a
提
department
供一切
responsible
合
for
理嘅便利，配合
safeguarding
支持
national
同保障，
security. Well, these
維護
public
國家
officers
安
must
全，人人有
facilitate
責。
the
公
work
務
of
人
any
員更加
departments
責
or
無旁
individuals
貸。
involved in
我相信
safeguarding
呢，
national
新
security.
修訂
Now,
嘅條
everyone
文
has
有
a
助
duty
特
to
區政
safeguard
府
national
更高
security.
效
It's
協
all
助
the
保障國家
all
安
the
全
case
同
for
埋港人
civil
嘅根本
servants.
利益。主席，
This
本
is
人
for
謹此陳
protecting
辭，
the
全力支持
fundamental
條例
interests
草
of the
案。
country and us. So I speak fully in support of the bill.
主席，家不可一日不力，國不可一日不安。試問一個成日家嘈屋閉嘅家庭環境，又點樣可以等屋企人得到幸福呢？一個經常受動盪嘅社會，又點樣可以做好建設同埋發展呢？因此，
我首先要感謝政府參考咗6個主要普通法國家嘅維護國家安全法例，借鑑切合香港實際情況嘅普通法實踐經驗，去提出今次基本法第23條立法嘅建議。我亦都要特別感謝15位參與法案委員會審議工作嘅議員同事，亦都睇到有好多其他同事喺背後提供支持，彼此一條心，都係為咗希望等今日立法會可以順利咁完成立法工作，為香港特區構建更堅實嘅國安法屏障，完成呢個遲嚟咗27年嘅功課。所以呢一刻，我嘅心情同大家一樣，都係十分之激動。主席喺近日嘅新聞報導當中，經常提及嘅黎智英案，喺唔同證人相繼作供底下，越嚟越多理據陸續喺法庭上邊呈現咗出嚟。相信好多市民大眾同我一樣，都越睇越心寒心驚。認清咗事實嘅真相，其實黎智英一直長期為反中亂港分子提供資金支持，公然咁去乞求外國去制裁中國內地同埋我哋香港特區，甚至公開宣稱為美國而戰，明顯有預謀咁去危害國家安全。與此同時， 西方國家好似打龍通咁樣，不斷為國家主權安全作出嚴重嘅挑釁，干預我哋香港特區嘅內部事務，妄圖咁美化黎智英，更勾結正潛逃外國嘅特區中執犯，向香港司法機構去施加壓力，甚至要求法庭放人。以上種種嘅實例，就正說明咗《基本法》第23條立法嘅重要性。古語有云：君子以思患而防之。俗語針對外國勢力日後可以會利用唔同嘅新科技技術同埋方法去攻擊國家同埋香港特區嘅安全，所以我哋一定要防患於未然。我哋要感謝特區政府從善如流，提出多項嘅修正案，其中包括行政長官日後可以同行政會議成員同埋為維護國家安全所需去訂立附屬法例。違反該項附屬法例可被判監不超過7年，同埋罰款唔超過50萬元。呢個絕對有助應對未來一啲突如其來嘅國安風險，盡快確保國安能得到最好最佳嘅維護屏障。另外，今次條例草案中亦都新加入咗危害國家安全嘅破壞活動，係包括任何人損壞或者削弱公共基礎設施。呢個就令我回想起2019年嘅黑暴事件，當時有好多暴徒喺街上邊縱火，投擲大量嘅汽油。
see you, my friend. Welcome to the Manila. Wonderful to be here. Wonderful to be back. Hey, could I invite you to put a sign? Of course. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Handshake is a requisite handshake. Thank you very much. Thank you. You. Thank All right. Going this way? Thank you. That way. Okay. All along. All along. How are you? Nice to see you. Good to see you. Nice to see you. Thank you. Mr. Secretary. Honored to see you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Nice to see you.
Hello, welcome to the center.
How are you?
Good to see you. How are you doing?
Nice to see you. Thank you very much.
Pleasure to meet you.
Excellency, good to see you again. Thank you. Thank you very much.
则有功。香港赖以成功的基石就是法治。23条立法正是强化香港的法治基石，可以进一步建立健全、清晰、公正、符合国际惯例，为香港自由港营商环境保驾护航的法律体系，让香港继续发挥国际资本市场超级联络人的作用，并继续成为国际资本市场的超级聚宝盆。苟利国家生死以，起因祸福必趋之。期待并相信23条立法一定能够达到维护国家安全的目的，为香港可持续高质量发展奠定坚实的法治基础，确保一国两制行稳致远，让香港未来可以聚精会神拼经济、谋发展，让东方之珠更加闪亮。主席本人谨此陈词，全力支持审议通过《维护国家安全条例草案》以及修正案，并向为23条立法辛苦付出的所有的参与者表达由衷的敬意与谢意。
made their hard efforts in the legislative exercise. Mr. Louis Long.
代理主席，首先我想開宗明義表明，我係全力支持特區政府履行憲制責任，就基本法第23條進行立法工作，以完善維護國家安全嘅相關法例。香港特區成立20多年嚟，一直未能夠完成相關立法工作。2019年更發生咗持續超過半年，對社會造成嚴重破壞嘅黑暴事件，不但暴露咗香港喺維護國家安全問題上嘅短板，同時亦都顯示喺欠缺國家安全保障下，市民
根本係無法行使基本嘅權利同埋自由，甚至連日常生活都大受影響。特區政府今次提交俾本會審議嘅維護國家安全條例草案，就係為咗完善香港特區維護國家安全嘅法律，履行憲制責任。條例草案係參考咗多個採用普通法司法管轄區嘅國家安全法例，同時亦都充分考慮到香港本地嘅實際情況同埋市民嘅意見。我留意到條例草案條文同時保障基本人權自由，同埋體現咗刑事訴訟權同埋無罪推定嘅原則。喺訴訟程序嘅安排上，確保市民喺基本法所保障下嘅權益不受影響，對被告人嘅自由同埋維護國家安全之間作出咗適當嘅平衡。條例草案亦都清楚界定各項危害國家安全罪行嘅例外情況同埋免責辯護。有關罪行亦都需要證明被告嘅犯罪意圖，確保無辜嘅市民唔會輕易誤墮法網。我支持政府當局因應法案委員會嘅建議提出嘅修正案，取消規限保安局局長要喺發出拘捕令後6個月先至可以向潛逃者施行限制措施嘅條文，俾保安局局長有更大嘅靈活性應對潛逃者，以及防止潛逃者規避相關嘅措施。政府當局建議提出修正案，加入條文，賦予行政長官會同行政會議訂立附屬法例嘅權力，以就維護國家安全相關嘅法律嘅具體實施事宜作出進一步嘅規定及應對未能夠預見嘅情況。我認為呢項修正案將會令到法例更加具前瞻性，所以我係支持嘅。有意見認為境外干預嘅條文有可能影響到正常嘅商業、學術、文化等國際交流活動。政府當局因而建議對該條文作出修訂，將罪名改稱為危害國家安全嘅境外干預罪。此舉將更清晰地反映立法原意，亦都可以釋除市民嘅疑慮。代理主席，我支持通過條例草案同埋政府當局提出嘅修正案，好讓香港喺維護國家安全方面建立更堅固嘅法制屏障，以確保一國兩制行穩致遠，社會環境繁榮安定，從此大家可以同心攜手，共同為香港開創更美好嘅未來。
Mr. Benson,
thank you, Deputy President.
I'm a member of the Business and Professionals Alliance. I'm also the chairperson of the Youth Committee of the BPA. The BPA and the business community firmly support the legislation for Basic Law Article 23, and we fully support the passage of the Safeguarding National Security Bill to keep our country safe. This will ensure the long-term success of one country, two systems. I'm also a member of the Electoral Panel on Security. I took part in the early scrutiny of the proposal of the bill. The government worked tirelessly and efficiently. I thank the government for its hard work. I also agree that the sooner we can get through the bill, the sooner we can keep our country safe. During the scrutiny, the government's rebuttal team countered false claims, especially smearing from foreign media. Our government's rebuttal team fought its corner, and we offered timely rebuttal. This also helped the public get a sense of the true picture And that
喺未來
helps
如果
the
有重
public
要政策
understand the
諮詢嘅時間
bill.
呢，
In
呢個係
future
值得參考
policy
嘅方法。
consultations, we
同
should
一時間，
adopt
特
a
區政
similar
府對於一
model.
啲務實建設嘅意見呢，亦都
The
係
government
從善
also
如流、
received
務實兼聽㗎。
constructive and
本人好高興呢，
practical
見到
suggestions,
而家
and
嘅
the
條例
government
草
has
案
been
比諮詢
responsive.
文件係更加
I
完善。
welcome
譬
the
如本
more
人喺3
comprehensive
月
bill
6日
now.
聯席會議中曾經
At
指
the
出，
joint panel
喺諮詢
meeting
文
on
件當
March
中嘅
6th,
非法操練罪
in the
會唔會係有一啲
consultation
嘅豁免
document,
嘅情
there is an
況？
offense
譬
on
如青
unlawful
年界別
drilling.
有
I
啲朋友
wondered whether there would be
去跟團
exemptions.
去外國旅行嗰時
Young
候打
people
野戰遊
may
戲
go
波
on
機，會
overseas
唔
trips
會有
and
誤
they
墮法
take
網
part
呢？
in war games.
或
Will
者一
these
啲
young
持
people be
相同
caught
國籍嘅人士
inadvertently? And
喺
for people
相關嘅
with
國
dual
家服兵役嘅時
nationality,
候，又
those
會唔
people
會
may
可以有其他嘅處
perform
理方法
military
呢？
service in overseas
有見及
countries.
此，
I
政府
wondered
當局
whether
喺草擬
there
條
would
例草案
be
嘅時間
special
呢，亦喺
arrangements.
非法操練罪嘅部
So
分
the
加
government
入咗
responded
清晰嘅豁
by
免情況，
including clear
讓市民
exemptions
容易
under
遵
the
守同埋
offense
執
of
行。
unlawful drilling.
描述
That makes the
係
law
精
easier
準
to
嘅，
follow.
市民同埋青年人亦
With
不
clear
會誤墮法
provisions.
網。
That means
昨日我
people,
出席咗
including
一
young
個
people,
商界嘅
will
午
not
餐
be
會時，
caught
有
by the
跨國
law
企業嘅高層
inadvertently.
問
I
我，
was at a business
其實
lunch recently.
23條對於佢哋嘅
A
商業營
senior
運有冇影
member
響
from
呢？
a multinational
我回答佢
asked
哋，
me whether
如果你
this
係一
bill
向
would
從
affect
事
their
正
business
常嘅商
operation.
業
So
行
I
為，
said,
立法
for
之後
those
對你哋
in
嘅日常
legitimate
業務
business
操作
operations,
基本上係冇影
this
響嘅。
bill, once
喺社會
enacted,
嘅穩
will
定
have
上
no
反而
impact
仲多
on
咗一重保障添。
business. In fact, there
大家都
will
會見
be
到條例草
an
案
extra
嘅
layer
道
of
義，
protection.
開宗明義
In
闡
the
述咗
preamble
立
of
法
the
嘅因
bill,
由
you
同
can
埋
see
原因，
the context
包括
and the
堅定
reasons
不移
for this
並
bill.
全面準確
Firmly,
貫徹
fully
一國兩制、港
implementing
人治
one
港、高
country,
度
two
自治嘅方
systems,
針，
and also
係
implementing the
有效
principle of Hong
確
Kong
保
people
特區內嘅
administering
財
Hong
產
Kong
同
and
埋投
high
資
degree of
受到
autonomy.
法律保
There
護，
will be
保持
protection
特
for
區嘅繁
investments
榮
and
同埋穩
property
定。
to keep Hong
我認
Kong
為條例草
a
案係
prosperous
充分
city.
考慮咗保護
The
喺香
bill
港嘅金融、
has
傳
fully
媒、學術同埋各
taken
類青年組織、
account
專業學會
of
嘅
all the
正常
needs
商業行為
and the
同埋國際
legitimate
交往需要。
activities of business
喺
and
有效
academic
維護國家安
circles
全嘅同時，
in terms
亦
of
為
overseas
香港營
exchanges.
造咗更穩定、更可
This
預
means
期嘅
the
營
bill
商同埋
creates
發
a
展
more
環境。
predictable and
工商界別
certain
亦特別
business
期待社
environment
會
for
同埋
Hong
經濟
Kong.
發展可以喺23
The
條
business
通過之
circle
後，
also
沒
hopes
有
that
後顧之憂，可以大有可
once
為，
this bill
實
is
發展
passed,
動能，
then
以
we
經
can
濟
all
發展化
focus
解
on
社會
economic
深層次
development,
民生難
and that will in
謀
turn
發展
help
謀
resolve
幸福。
deep-seated
我亦都有同
socioeconomic
過唔少
issues
嘅青年
and
群體
deliver
交
a
流，
better
特
life
別
for
係
people.
年青
I
嘅
talk
專
to
業人
youth
士。
groups,
青
especially
年人
young
們都期待
professionals.
可以喺
Young
23條
people
通過之後，
would like to see
係一國
that
兩
with
制
the
能
passage
夠
of the bill,
行穩致遠，
they can see
特
the
別係喺保
enduring
護各
success
個
of
專
one
業領
country,
域
two
嘅專業
systems.
制度上
And this
係更
includes
加獲得保障，讓年輕
the
嘅專業人士喺未
regimes
來事
about
業發展嘅
professional
爆發期
sectors.
更加可以發
When
揮
young
好我哋
professionals
香港
pursue
嘅
their
獨特優勢，
careers, they are in a
擁抱
better
祖國，
position to
聯通世界，
leverage their
更好地
strength
融入國
and
家發
help
展大局。
link up our country
喺
with
過去嘅
the
日子，經民
overseas.
聯呢係一直係喺青年界別呢
The
係
BPA
宣傳好國家安
has
全。
been promoting
喺未
the
來嘅日子，
concept of
我
national
哋會
security
繼續
among
喺青年嘅
youth
界別
circles.
全力配合
In
做
the
好
future,
國
we
安
will
教育嘅工
continue
作。
to support
法者
education
自治
efforts
端也，
on
我
national
哋堅定相
security.
信
We need laws in place to ensure prosperity. Once this bill is passed, we hope that we can then go from stability to prosperity. I'm most honored to be part of this development as we act together to keep our country safe. Deputy President, I so submit I support this Safeguarding National Security Bill and all the amendments from the government. Dr. Tik Chi-yuen. Deputy President, I speak in support of the Safeguarding National Security Bill. People say this is a historic moment. I agree. With this bill, we can better protect our country. Once our country is safe, then we can act with greater assurance in pursuing our development. It's like we're finally spreading our wings and soaring to the skies. During the Bills Committee's deliberations, the government stressed that it would stick to the two international covenants on human rights so that there would be protection for human rights and other freedoms. This means the National Security Law and the Safeguarding National Security Bill will not affect the human rights and freedoms enjoyed by people in Hong Kong. The government has stated time and again that all sectors, and that includes the social welfare sector, the education and religious sectors, can maintain normal exchanges and collaborations with the international community. The government also agreed that there would be more education in the future to dispel myths about the national security legislation, and this can instill confidence in the community, and that's close to the heart of the social welfare sector. We have been groping in the dark for a long time. There has been too much infighting, and that has held back our community. People lost confidence in the future, but now we see clearer prospect. It's now put the tensions of the past behind, and now we should become resilient as we forge ahead. Our goal today is clear. We want to create a better living environment for our next generation. Getting through this bill is by no means the end point. It's a fresh start. We should start building a better future. And that's why the government must deliver. LegCo should also do its job. People should stay confident. The work ahead will be more than just getting through this bill. The tasks will be more challenging. So this is no time to sit on our laurels or celebrate. We should be pleased about our prospects. I support this bill. I support the bill's early passage and Gazetto, so that afterwards the entire community can zero in on economic development and improve people's lives. Deputy President, I so submit I support this bill. Professor Chen Wing-Kwong. Thank you, Deputy President. I'm very honored to be speaking on this bill, a bill that people have been looking forward to for 27 years. This bill is important to me. I'm the first member from the Chinese medicine sector. I also express the support from my sector for this bill. Love for one's country and voluntary actions to safeguard one's country. Those are the obligations of Hong Kong's residents. Legislating for Article 23 has been our constitutional duty. Sadly, over the past 27 years, there were twists and turns. The job remained undone. Now there are more national security risks. We need to act fast in completing the legislation. I support this bill so that we can plug the loophole in our national security, and we can keep our country safe. This bill deserves our full support. The bill sets out details clearly. It takes a targeted approach at national security offences. It's targeted at forces seeking to disrupt Hong Kong and harm China. We also stick to the International Covenant on Human Rights. With this bill, people do not have to worry about inadvertently breaching the law. There are also protections for property and investment under the bill. This will reassure investors overseas. This bill can keep our country safe and help us stay a prosperous city. I believe everyone in Hong Kong supports this bill. In 2014, we saw the illegal Occupy Central movement, and then 2019 saw the Black Flood violence. People can deeply understand the harm caused by national security threats. So people all want to see the early passage of a bill to keep our country safe. An earlier consultation on this bill shows 98.6% of the respondents supported the bill. There were also suggestions to further improve the bill. Just a tiny fraction of people were against this bill. This means we now have a broad consensus on legislation to keep our country safe. The U.S. Consulate General smeared this bill. People in Hong Kong are angry. The Chinese medicine sector is also angry. We staged a protest outside the U.S. Consulate General. A Chinese medicine practitioner in his 80s went there outside the U.S. Consulate General to express his dissatisfaction. So this shows people want to see this bill enacted. We speak for our people. I'm honored to speak on behalf of our people, and and I support this bill.
我哋今日完成憲制同歷史責任後，
Once we
香港就可以
complete this
輕中
constitutional
上陣，
duty,
再
and
創
then
美
we
好新篇
can
章。
focus
多謝
on development and create a brighter future. Mr. Taylor.
主席，我發言支持立法會通過維護國家安全條例草案，為徹底解決困擾咗香港27年嘅國家安全漏洞問題，終於要畫上一條明嘅句號。今次嘅立法工作得以提速提效進行，唔單止係展示咗今屆特區政府喺履行憲制責任方面嘅決心，亦都體現行政立法關係嘅高效同埋良性嘅互動工作關係。政府部門同埋立法會同心協力，共同完善制定維護國家安全嘅法律同埋執行機制，全面落實特區維護國家安全嘅憲制義務，以應對今後可能出現嘅國家安全風險同威脅。我有幸喺呢個歷史時刻參與立法會嘅工作，參與一方面嘅立法工作，於有榮焉。過去嘅佔中、旺角暴動、
We saw Occupy Central and the Mong Kok
同埋黑
riots
暴等事件帶嚟嘅巨大嘅慘痛經歷，尤其係喺呢啲慘痛經歷之中竟然有相當嘅老師同學生參與其中，令到有任何有良知同愛國愛港情懷嘅教育工作者都係會為之深感動心。呢個深切咁提醒咗我哋，要時刻警惕危害國家安全嘅風險，呢個係真實存在嘅。維護國家安全有其必要性，必須全速立法。從來法律同埋教育呢兩者喺共建社會嘅和諧方面都係相互輔翼，缺一不可。24史書嘅藍齊書有一句名言就叫教化比雨露，明法方風霜。意思即係話咧，教化係指品德教化，愛國愛港都係一種好重要嘅品德品德，就好比雨露春風化雨，教化人心。律法之嚴明嘅形容風霜，不容徇私。亦都係規矩分明嘅。今次嘅立法一方面係對標基本法23條、全國人大528決議同埋香港國安法嘅要求，建立一套完整有效嘅維護國家安全法律體系，從而堵塞一切可能存在嘅保障國家安全嘅法律漏洞。正所謂天網恢恢，疏而不漏。另一方面，完整嘅國家安全法律體系又為國家安全教育提供咗專業而全面嘅教學內容，從而令到學校喺推動國安教育有咗個更堅實嘅學理嘅依據，從不知國家安全為何物，逐漸進步到了解掌握國家安全嘅概念，確立正確嘅國家安全觀念，培養青年人建立保障保護國家安全嘅自覺嘅意識，真係做到董夫子所講嘅民有此者格。另外，為咗早一日得一日完成立法嘅目標，政府同立法會都做咗一連串高效嘅操作，包括行政會議召開特別會議通過條例草案，跟住第二日就刊憲。立法會亦都隨即加開特別會議進行首讀同二讀。今次首次有草案同日刊憲同埋首讀，顯示咗當局爭分奪秒嘅決心。相關嘅法案委員會都連續多天召開會議，週末嘅時間都不作休息，日以繼夜，夜以繼日咁工作，為嘅都係早日完成審議，早得一日就得一日。最終法案委員會完成所有嘅條文嘅審議，保安局亦都係當日就提交一個修正案，展示咗香港嘅法治，都展示咗香港嘅效率。安全係發展嘅前提，發展係安全嘅保障。維護國家安全條例草案嘅通過，成功通過的話，標誌住一個重要嘅里程碑。一方面為一國兩制行穩致遠，逐步堅實嘅保障保護屏障；另一方面，特區政府今後可以全力聚焦發展經濟，改善民生，為市民增添幸福感。主席，多謝。代理主席，國家安全立法係全球唔同國家同地區法例當中必不可少嘅環節。除咗國防同外交之外，捍衛國家安全、社會穩定同人民生命財產安全係最重要手段之一。好比陽光同雨露，係任何一個國家同地區之所以能夠頂天立地，以至維護主權、安全、發展利益必不可少嘅屏障。從今年起，本人所任職嘅香港教育大學，由本人率先為所有一年級本科生講授國家安全必修課，就係要讓所有包括師訓在內嘅青年學生，從法律同
first-year students to learn national security. We educate students on the importance and necessity of national security from a historical perspective. Now, in the Safeguarding National Security Bill, now we are at the second reading and third reading stage. Like everyone in Hong Kong, I'm emotional. Back in 1985, when the Basic Law was being drafted, the drafting committee already consulted the public on legislation for Article 23. In 2003, because of external interference, infiltration, and incitement, the idea was despised by the public in Hong Kong. Now we are finally submitting our homework. We can live up to ourselves. Now I look forward to passing the bill, after which we can make good use of the measures stipulated in the law so that we can become the gatekeeper for the country's southern gateway. Me and my team have been paying attention to the remarks made by Western governments on Article 23. This means that Hong Kong will lose its freedom will lose many freedoms as well as the rule of law. Now, however, if you look at the US, there are at least 21 pieces of legislation on national security, UK, Australia, Canada, New Zealand. They have a lot of national security laws. And Singapore, which we always make comparison with, they have 6. Now, compared with other jurisdictions, that legislation also carry extraterritorial effects. Now, in this bill, we only have extraterritorial effects for 2 parts of the bill. It is reasonable. We don't need them. We don't need Western countries to lecture us on this. Now, in other countries, they have very draconian laws on national security offences, but they are smearing our efforts and asking us to abandon our efforts. It's like a battle. But they are asking us to lay down our arms so that they can attack us however they want. Now, the new China has been established for 75 years. We are not unlike the Qing dynasty, we are a strong country. Now, we need to legislate for Article 23 as soon as possible, and we have to ensure that the law is operable and also comprehensive. This is in line with the interests of everyone in Hong Kong. At present, we only have the Hong Kong National Security Law, which only targets 4 kinds of offences. Now, these offences are scattered in offences under the Crimes Ordinance and Criminal Procedures Ordinance. And also, these are offences in relation to the conventional national security areas, but not cybersecurity and so on. If you look at the UK's National Security Act 2023 and also Information Security Act of Canada, and also the US President's direction on data security and also amendments to the National Security Law of Australia 2018. Looking at these examples, you can see that the Western powers have already included elements of commerce, economy, and financial services into national security areas. They have also introduced sabotage offence against public infrastructure. This is not limited to physical attacks, but also virtual attacks on computers and systems. Now, these are all relevant references to be made in legislating for our own law. Now, the Security Bureau and the DOJ have taken on board many suggestions made by the public, including Clause 28. State secrets include secrets concerning the economic and social development of Hong Kong and the country. And also there is the sabotage offence against attack on infrastructure. Now, in my opinion, our Safeguarding National Security Ordinance is in line with international standards, which can also protect the livelihoods of people in Hong Kong as well as business in Hong Kong. So, I support the third reading of the bill. Mr. Kenneth Leung.
正如頭先好多同事所講，今日係立法會自回歸以嚟其中一個最重要嘅日子，因為將近27年嘅維護國家安全條例草案終於去到衝線嘅階段。所以我今日嘅發言係全力支持特區政府履行憲制責任。
Now, I support the government in upholding its constitutional obligation, and I support second reading and third reading of the bill.
今次條例草案喺短時間內完成整個審議嘅程序，既體現今屆政府敢於擔當、善作善成嘅施政作風，同時亦都係示範咗喺完善選舉制度下，行政立法機關同心同德、良性互動帶嚟嘅好處。
The benefits brought about
事實上，
by the
今次
positive
條例草
interplay
案
between
由
the
諮詢
executive
開
and
始，
the
官員就交出咗一份嚴格按照立法程序定制嘅高質量、高分數嘅作品。法案委員會嘅同事對條例草案嘅審議亦都作出咗巨大嘅貢獻。佢哋喺會議上提出各項情景問題，仔細跟進條文內容。因此，法案委員會20幾次嘅會議，近50小時嘅審議時間。
Now, the Bills Committee has spent 50 hours on scrutinizing the bill so that the public can understand the contents, the policy intent, and the considerations behind the bill.
我記得行政長官喺條例草案刊憲嘅時候，亦都指出，
After the
立
gazette
法
of the
工
bill,
作應該做得一日得一日。
the chief executive
事
said
實上，
we have to seize
喺我哋
every
迅速
moment
進展
in
立法
passing
工
the
作
bill as soon
嘅
as possible.
呢2個月入面，
Now, in the
外部
past
勢
2
力
months,
已經不斷借條例
we
草
have
案
seen
嚟指手畫腳，干預香
external
港事務。
forces interfering
美、英
with
等西
our
方國
internal
家更係
affairs.
無所不用其極，由駐港領事到
The
外交
West
官員，以
has
至國會議員，不
launched
斷
its
抹黑
mirroring
香港。
campaign from
最過分，甚至
Consul
利用傳媒發放假新聞、
Consulate
假消息，
General
惡意
as
詆
well
毀
as
條例
Chambers
草
of
案嘅內容。
Commerce, even
由此可見，外部勢力嘅威脅
parliamentarians,
並
they
未
have
解
been
除，
smearing our efforts.
國家
It
安
shows
全
that
威
external
脅
threat
無
is
時無
still
刻都有。
there. National
香港早日
security
完成立法嘅
risk is
迫
always
切性、
here.
需要性，亦都更
There
為
is
明顯。
urgency and necessity for
主席，條例草案經過今日嘅表決通過之後，下一步嘅工作就係要增強市民對維護國家安全嘅
is
意
to
識。
enhance the awareness
國家
of
安全
national
係發
security
展
among
嘅
the
基礎，
public.
係
National
香港
security is
行
the
穩致
cornerstone
遠
of
嘅
development
前提，
and
要
the
全面維護
premise
國
for
家
Hong
安全，
Kong's
都需要市
success.
民有意識去到推動。
We need the
因此，我
public
希望政
to
府要透過唔同嘅
put
渠道，
efforts to
包括學校、
uphold
社
national
區層
security.
面，令市民
In
理
schools
解
and in the
國家
community,
安
we have
全
to
嘅
make sure
重要
that
性，
the people
以及
understand
香
its
港
importance,
面對緊嘅國安
as
風
well
險。
as the national security risk that
同時，
Hong
我
Kong
哋亦都
is
要
facing.
從小培養香
We
港青
have
年，
to start
引
from a
領
young
佢哋
age.
認識國情，多
Young
管
people
齊
must
下，
be
提升
educated
香
on
港青
national
年嘅民
affairs
族自豪感，
so
同
that
埋主
they
人翁
take
意
pride
識，
in
等
their
佢哋可以
country.
厚植
They
家
have
國
to
情
know
懷，
that they are
正
the
確理
masters
解
of
一
their
國兩
country.
制，
They
成
have to
為維
nurture,
護
they
國
have
家安
to
全、
develop
積極
a sense
參
of
與國家
belonging
發
to
展
the
嘅
country
推動
so
者。
that they would participate in the
主席
efforts to，
我
uphold
想利用呢一個
national
歷史性
security.
嘅時刻，以一個爸爸市民嘅
Running
身
at
份
this,
同大家
running on
分
this
享少少感受。
historical moment, I would
大
like
家
to
都可能
speak
知
from
道
the
我有個
perspective
小
of
朋
a
友，
father. I have
佢
a
其實
young
咧就
child.
2019年嘅下半年出世，當時咧
The
就
child
係
was
正值
born in the
黑
second half
暴
of
最激烈、最
2019.
暴力
That
嘅
was
時間。
the
我好記得當時咧都係
peak
人
of
心
the
惶
black
惶，
cloud
社會
violence.
日日都傳出好
At
多
the time,
負面
people
嘅
were
信息。
afraid.
我
There
哋
were
由
lots
出
of
街
negative
去產檢，到我
reports
諗點樣
on the media,
老婆作動嘅時候送佢醫院，都要
from
提心
prenatal
吊膽。
check, and
而作為一個新
on
手
the
爸
day
爸，
of
情
delivery,
緒上
we
每
were
日都非常之擔心。
constantly in fear.
仲記得
As a
當時有家人搭飛機嚟
novice
香
father,
港
I
睇
was
BB 嘅
very
時間，
worried.
結
When my
果
family
啱
members
啱遇上咗
flew
喺機
to
場
Hong
被圍
Kong
堵，
to see
周
the
圍都
baby,
係暴
they
力
were
被困
stranded
機場。
in the airport. There were
呢啲混亂
rioters
嘅日子對於我
everywhere
嚟講
in the
係好
airport.
難忘，亦令到我切身明白到沒
I
有
can't
國
forget
安
those
何來
days,
家安
and I
嘅
had
事實。
personal
今日條例
experience
草案
on the
通過咗之
importance
後，
of national
香港
security
先至可以真正安全，
and its
每
impact
個
on
家
my
都
family.
受到保護。
Now, with the passage of the
而我哋
bill,
先 可以喺安穩嘅社會下為下一代並經濟謀發展。
Now we can focus on
多謝主席
economic development and nurturing our youth. Thank you.
感謝主席。
Thank you,
首先呢，
President.
我係好榮幸可以同大家一齊見證今日嘅歷史時刻。
First of all,
而
I
本人
feel
發言呢
honored to be
係
able to
支持
be part
維
of
護
this
國家
historic
安全
moment
條
today.
例草
I
案，
am in
亦都
support
非
of the
常之感謝
Safeguarding
特區
National
政府
Security
係以
Bill.
堅定嘅
I
決
also
心，同
thank
埋我哋
the
立法會一
Hong Kong
齊
SAR
為咗維護
government
國家
for
安
showing
全進
resolve
行
and
建
working
設而
with
一
the
直努力，
legislature
令保障市民
so
嘅
as
根
to
本利益
build
嘅
a
共同
better
願
Hong
望可以
Kong
早日
so
實現。
that the public
我哋香港
aspirations
係
can
國
be
家對
met.
外嘅其中一個好重要嘅窗
Hong
口，
Kong is
而作為
one
國
of
際
the
城市，
important
喺面
windows
對目
for our
前呢
country to
環
the
球非
world.
常緊張嘅局勢，亦都有好多嘅情
Against
況都係不可預測。
geopolitical
而我哋嘅日常
tensions
生活
happening at this moment. We face different complex challenges day in, day out. This shows the importance of ensuring stability and prosperity and safeguarding national security in Hong Kong.
為咗令到制度咧可以繼續行穩致遠，我哋必須要制定相應嘅條例同埋政策，為我哋市民嘅生活同埋安定繁榮提供基本嘅保障。主席，過去喺2014同埋2019年所發生嘅所有事情，我哋全港嘅市民都係深深體會得到。社會嘅和諧必須要建基於喺一個重要嘅原則底下，因為國安先至可以確保家安。而就住基本法第23條，除咗係履行我哋憲制責任之外，亦都係為本港喺維護國家安全嘅法律制度同埋執行機制方面，堵塞咗多年嚟嘅缺口，從而保障我哋全港市民嘅最大利益。所以維護國家安全唔單止係保護國家嘅領土，同時亦都係保護我哋國家嘅經濟發展同埋社會和諧。我哋特區作為國家重要嘅一部分，過去有一段好長嘅時間都係受到一啲別有用心嘅人士用各種各樣嘅手法去誤導我哋下一代。
Those with ulterior motive deploy different tactics to mislead our younger generation so that they have a distorted understanding of our country and there is disharmony in our society.
嘅認知咧，亦都係受到負面嘅影響。
Some young people were
indoctrinated
about with negative impressions of the country. We need to enhance publicity to instill the correct values in our younger generation. Now, with national security measures put in place, we can all educate our younger generation about safeguarding national security so that we can enhance the awareness of the younger generation safeguarding national security. We should all work together to enhance public awareness and make sure that the correct understanding prevails in our society. We need to continue to raise the public's awareness on national security and enhance nationhood. That means different sectors of the community should all work together to make Hong Kong a safer and more stable place to ensure our safety as well as prosperity.
主席，我發言係支持維護國家安全條例草案。首先，我作為香港基本法委員會委員，同埋喺香港城市大學教授憲法基本法26年。請容我喺呢度講下基本法23條嘅初心。當年起草基本法23條嘅時候，一直存在兩種意見，一就係直接了當將中國有關國家安全嘅法律透過附件3適用香港。二就係制定23條，由香港人熟悉嘅立法會審議通過，成為香港當地嘅法例。日後有訴訟嘅話，就由香港法院以普通法嘅原則去審理。橫觀世界各地，冇一個國家係授權俾地方政府自行制定國家安全嘅法律，只有香港同埋澳門有呢個機會，充分反映中央維護一國兩制同香港普通法嘅決心，顯示中央對香港嘅高度信任，同埋中央寧願等咗咁耐，都仲要俾機會香港自行立法，可謂用心良苦。香港應該好好珍惜。第二，23條立法係符合國際人權標準。有人話立法係損害人權，但係熟悉普通法同埋國際法嘅人都知道，《公民權利及政治權利國際公約》第19條訂明，我哋的確係保護公民嘅言論自由，但係同一條係講得好清楚。就住保護國家安全、公共秩序、公共衛生同道德，政府係可以制定法例，作出必要嘅限制。
而1984年，聯合國司法委員會 Judicial Committee 頒布咗一系列 Syracuse Principles， 係進一步確立上述嘅原則。23條立法係保護市民生命財產嘅好法律。2019年經歷過黑暴、騷亂嘅人都知道，香港冇完善嘅國安條例，就變成無法無天，好恐怖。連市民上班上學做生意都有生命危險。今次立法更好保護市民同投資者。我特別欣賞喺條例草案嘅第2條，佢證明以一國兩制為最高嘅原則，同時亦都指明公民權利及政治權利國際公約嘅適用，顯示香港高度重視國際法同埋人權。我認為呢一次23條立法係充分落實咗習近平總書記提出嘅整體國家安全觀，履行全國人大528決定，同香港國安法相融合到與時俱進，同時亦都係同高科技嘅情況係掛鈎，打造咗完整維護國安、國際投資同人權法律嘅體系。我認為政府同委員會嘅委員都係盡職盡責，政府亦都參考咗26年嚟喺社會裏邊提供嘅意見。我自己亦都喺條例草案裏邊睇到我曾經提出嘅意見，包括有兜底條款，對於免責條款同埋域外效力要更加精準等等。第四，23條立法係能夠發揮預防同埋教育嘅作用。我希望嗰啲抹黑23條立法嘅人士喺批評今次立法之前，先睇下佢自己國家嘅安全法，例如新加坡喺2021年通過嘅防止外來干預法，英國喺2022年實施嘅國家安全同投資法案。2001年美國嘅愛國者法等等，都比我哋嚴厲得多。其實熟悉法律嘅人都知道，23條立法之後，法律嘅邊界變得更清晰，反為對全個社會有好處，有教育同埋預防嘅作用。而鄰近嘅2009年澳門立法之後，就從未發生任何嘅騷亂，亦都從來未檢控過任何人，係最好嘅例子。第五，立法係憲制責任，亦都係歷史嘅光榮。正如丁薛祥副總理所言，23條立法係香港早就應該做，而26年嚟都冇做，係一國兩制落實嘅一個重大嘅缺口，絕對唔能夠再拖。今日香港終於可以完成23條立法，我哋唔單止要立法，仲要充滿自信。咁樣向全國14億人民同埋國際社會宣告，呢次係一個高水準嘅立法，係完全符合基本法、普通法、國際法、國際標準，係真正保護市民生命財產嘅好法律，將會更好咁樣保護香港嘅營商環境同國際投資，應該得到國際社會嘅尊重同埋支持。今年係建國75週年。我為第7屆立法會能夠完成呢個重大嘅歷史任務感到光榮。主席，本人謹此陳辭。
多謝主席，我發言支持維護國家安全條例草案。基本法第23條立法係特區政府憲制責任。雖然全國人大於2020年5月28日通過528決定，對喺香港維護國家安全提出咗基本原則，並説明國家政策同立場，並喺2020年6月30日通過香港國安法納入基本法附件3之中。然而，香港國安法涵蓋基本法第23條中分裂國家同顛覆國家政權罪，仍有5個罪類並無涵蓋。社會面對嘅國安風險更趨複雜，有需要盡快就第23條立法堵塞。 相關國家安全嘅漏洞。工商同埋金融界於諮商期間，亦都清楚表明香港國安法同基本法第23條立法嘅相互配合，正係促進香港經濟同埋社會穩定發展嘅重要基石。通過23條立法，可以準確貫徹一國兩制、港人治港、高度自治嘅方針，製造更美好嘅營商環境，提振經濟同埋投資者信心，讓商界可以專注全力去拼經濟。經歷過2014年佔中16年嘅騷亂、旺角騷亂同19年嘅黑暴慘痛嘅回憶，黑暴期間全港出現大型道路嘅亂象，暴亂分子向商鋪放火。我所接觸到嘅外國拜訪團亦都取消到香港嘅行程，中環四處都係磚頭道路。企業要分心顧及員工嘅安全，難以專注去發展業務，對香港經濟同埋民生造成嚴重嘅破壞。亦都令到社會明白維護國家安全嘅重要性。香港作為國際都市同埋國際金融中心，一直係歡迎世界各地與本地嘅機構互相交流，亦都歡迎境外嘅機構嚟港開展業務。不過近年有境外嘅勢力一直以香港作為反中嘅橋頭堡，妖魔化中央人民政府同埋特區政府，所以我支持喺草案中增設咗境外干預罪，以便全面地防範制止同埋其他境外干預嘅行為。對於外界擔心草案當中煽動意圖相關罪行打擊言論自由，事實上有關煽動意圖罪已存在喺現行嘅刑事罪行條例第9條，同時喺過去嘅判決中法庭已經確認煽動意圖相關嘅罪行符合基本法同埋香港人權法中有關保障人權嘅條文，因此條例草案係進一步説明煽動意圖嘅罪行嘅元素，確保市民可以言論嘅自由受到保障。當年美國於2001年遭遇911恐襲，美國政府同埋議會去迅速完成審議嘅新法。於當年嘅10月26日正式頒布美國愛國者法案，打擊恐怖主義。另外，加拿大政府亦設有緊急狀態法，容許政府快速訂立法例，針對國家安全出現問題嘅情況。呢啲例子反映出當出現國家安全漏洞，其他國家亦會迅速立法維護國家安全。整體而言，草案充分體現咗一國兩制嘅原則與國際接軌之餘，亦結合咗香港實際嘅情況同埋原有嘅法例，亦都唔會妨礙合法嘅商業活動同埋國際嘅交流，使香港能夠繼續發揮超級聯繫人、聯絡人嘅作用。事實上，普通市民基本上係接觸到叛國同埋國家機密等資料，因此立法並不會影響香港市民嘅日常生活。社會無需過慮，我期望社會能夠公平、務實同埋理性地去理解草案嘅內容，並反駁所有冇事實根據嘅抹黑同埋誤導嘅言論。主席，本人謹此。
Professor William Wong。
多謝主席。
Thank you, President.
本人發言全力支持維護國家
I speak in support of the Safeguarding National Security Bill and its early passage.
23條立法呢份功課，香港已經
Legislating for Article 23 of the Basic Law is a task overdue for 27 years.
算完成了
The bill has finally come to LegCo.
憲制責任。
We're now finally fulfilling our constitutional responsibility. We are also meeting the aspirations of the public for the legislation. We had foreign agents fanning the flames, stirring up trouble, instigating one social incident after another, threatening our country's safety, that led to turbulence in Hong Kong after 1997, with the national security law and also the passage of this bill. Going forward, we will not see the kind of turbulence of 2019, the kind of illegal Occupy Central movement of 2014, and also the previous attempt at smearing national education in 2012. No one will be there to hold back our development. We will finally be able to focus on economic development to deliver a better life for people. I'm pleased to see that under Part 5 of the bill, on cyber crimes, there's a crime on using computers and electronic systems to endanger national security. It's the 21st century. Economic development will hinge on technology. Innovation and technology will take the work of more than just Hong Kong. That's why Hong Kong works with the rest of the Greater Bay Area closely. But that does not mean smooth sailing for the cross-boundary flow of data. The government worked on this last June. The government entered into an agreement with the Cyberspace Administration of China on the cross-boundary flow of data in the GBA. That move was about fostering the flow of data within the GBA. For banks, credit referencing agencies, and healthcare institutions, a pilot scheme is already running. That said, when national security risks are still there, people will worry about any cross-boundary flow of data. That's why I support this bill. We need to keep our country safe, and then we can reassure people. And then we can have cross-boundary flow of data, and that flow can expand in scope. With this bill, we have to be mindful of the undercurrents in international politics. There are dark forces everywhere targeting our country and Hong Kong. We cannot drop our guard. I encourage the government in procuring technology, products, and other services to pay attention. We need a policy on procuring technology to guard against hackers. President, keeping our country safe is a shared responsibility. I so submit. I fully support the Safeguarding National Security Bill. Mr. Chen Xiuhong. Thank you, President. I firmly support the Safeguarding National Security Bill. We have waited for 26 years. There were twists and turns. 2019 saw the Hong Kong version of a color revolution that was a painful episode. Hong Kong was seriously crippled. Thanks to our country's support, we have the national security law. We moved from chaos to order, and we're now going from stability to prosperity. Finally, the Safeguarding National Security Bill is here to fully implement the requirements of Article 23 of the Basic Law, the May 28th decision of the NPC, and also the requirement under the NSL. Just like everyone else in Hong Kong, I look forward to the early passage of this bill to make good the shortcoming of our national security scene. We should all work together to make that effort to get this bill through. LegCo set up its Bills Committee on the bill, and the Bills Committee worked full steam ahead so that we can safeguard national security as soon as we can. At the end of last month, the Bills Committee started its work. 25 meetings were held, nearly 50 hours of meetings were held. There were productive, intensive meetings. Members worked against the clock and raised concerns from people. We focused on the drafting of the bill. The government responded to inquiries and also explained in detail the legislative intent of provisions, the national security threats targeted, and how the provisions will work. On the provisions of external forces, I focused on whether we can target organizations, entities operated by foreign forces through multiple layers. I also focused on shadow organizations. I thank the government for being responsive. The government adopted my suggestions by clarifying the definition of external forces and also proposed amendments about shadow organizations. I won't go into the specifics here, but here's my comment. In safeguarding national security and also protecting human rights and ensuring economic development, the government has struck a proper balance. The mechanism to safeguard national security needs to be able to anticipate future national security risks. I thank the government for moving an amendment that will empower the Chief Executive in Council to make subsidiary legislation for national security purposes. And also, there will be a provision on people to follow the judgments and decisions of the Committee on Safeguarding National Security. We will have dedicated provisions and top-level design that will help us anticipate and cope with future national security risks that will be hard to anticipate. This shows we can create a comprehensive set of national security provisions that are also flexible and that also show foresight. During the scrutiny, there were attempts by foreign forces. They engaged in smearing and scaremongering, and that was endless. I thank the government for offering timely rebuttal and setting the record straight that ensured we can present the bill in a balanced way. Let's look at the national security laws in the US and the UK. Our bill is more restrained and balanced. We have reasonable defenses for many offenses. For law-abiding citizens, they will not get caught inadvertently. The provisions are in line with the international covenants on human rights. President, it took nearly 27 years for us to come to where we are on this bill. I was privileged enough to be part of the Bills Committee. I took part in the process of laying down the groundwork for this national security legislation. I'm honored. Keeping our country safe is an ongoing mission. Once this bill is passed, we have to get on with education to raise national security awareness in the community so that people get a good sense of the bill. And then we can comprehensively promote the concept so that people can work together in safeguarding our country's territorial integrity, sovereignty, and development interests. I so submit, President. Ms. Eunice Young. President, I speak in support of the Safeguarding National Security Bill. Getting this bill through is our constitutional duty. Since 1997, we have yet to fulfill this duty. Keeping our country safe is the duty of every Chinese Hong Kong citizen. We're now finally at the last mile of the work. We will get this bill through soon. I'm very pleased. I'm very honored to be part of this process. I thank the government's work on this bill so that we can have a bill to keep our country safe and also ensure our long-term prosperity, and then we can deliver a better life for people. The point of this bill is to protect Hong Kong and keep Hong Kong's status and also maintain exchanges with the overseas community. Our rule of law is our source of pride. 2019 saw the Black Flag virus that crippled our development and that hurt our rule of law, and that also eroded freedoms and human rights. So to target those actions, we now have this bill. There are offenses on insurrection, incitement to disaffection, and espionage. We can target criminals, and this can help protect the rights of law-abiding citizens. This this way, people can continue to enjoy the rights and freedoms under the basic law. On our international status, we have a good business environment. We have businesses from everywhere here, and that cements our status as an international financial center. This bill can remove uncertainties. For example, the bill offers clear safeguards so that we can better protect the freedom of information, etc. We will also be able to deal with criminals spreading false news, and that can reassure investors. So the bill is good for our business investment environment. The bill will play a key part in helping us with our socio-economic development. This bill also brings us into line with other countries. Other countries have their own national security laws. This shows the importance of national security. We are following international practice. I'm also pleased to see that the government has introduced amendments after learning from overseas experience and also making sure the law works for our local conditions. Our bill offers clearer definitions. We clarify where the line is drawn, how we can catch the criminals, and how to protect people from being inadvertently breaching the law. All in all, the Safeguarding National Security Bill can better protect people's rights, freedoms, and property. This can foster social stability and create a better business environment in the future. Hong Kong should reap the benefits of this bill and focus on developing the economy, deliver a better life for people, integrating into our country's development, focus on the GBA development, so that we can keep creating stronger impetus for growth, and then we can move forward with our country as so submitted.
Mr. Scott.
多謝主席。維護國家安全係每個公民嘅責任同埋使命，亦都係社會發展嘅基石。早日完成基本法第23條嘅立法，修補國家安全嘅短板，先至能夠確保香港長期繁榮穩定，令到一國兩制行穩致遠，亦都可以令香港喺安定嘅環境之下集中精力發展經濟，改善民生。香港回歸祖國接近27年，過去由於各種唔同嘅原因，一直都未有。
But I list down, yeah, but I will list down specifically the incidents, which we are all going to down. So is there a way to adapt it times? Or adapt to the changing times, and yeah.
Hey, check, hey, 1, 2, hey, check, hey. Check. Hey. Check. Start na. Check. Hey. Check. Hey.
Check 1 2 check 1 2 1 2 check 1 2 check 1 2 check mic check 1 2 3 check
Okay, thank you.
Check, hey. Check, hey, 1 2. Hey. Check, hey, 1 2. Why not? Check, hey, 1 2. Hey. Check, hey, 1 2. Hey. Check, hey, 1 2. Hey. Check, hey, 1 2. Check. What the fuck? Check, hey, 1 2. Check, hey, 1 2. Check, hey, 1 2.